No one really knows for sure. Elevate, Elu, Divrei, Elohim, Chaim, but this is the Mazor we live by. It is 25th of Av, 5786, Saturday, August 8th. 3761 creation of the world, both of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631, 130, South son of Adam is born. 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth was born. 3436, 325, Kenan, son of Enosh was born. 3366, 395, Mahala, son of Kenan was born. 3301, 460, Yod, son of Mahala was born. 3139, 622, Chanuk, son of Yod was born. 3074, 687, Methuselah, son of Chanuk was born. 2887, 874, Lametu, son of Methuselah was born. 2831, 930, Adam died. 2705, 1056, Noah, son of Lametu was born. 2225, 1536, Noah began construction of the ark. 2205, 1556, Yafet, son of Noah was born. 2204, 1557, Ham, son of Noah was born. 2203, 1558, son of Noah was born. Shachianu, Behianu. Shechianu, Beki Yamanu, Beheki Yanu, Lisman Haza. We've been doing this bitch for 224 days, 225 days, 102 days. Oof.
The stereotype of the colonial Puritan is that of a grim, black-clad fortitude of faith held out in the frontier wilderness of the New World. We tend to think of them as profoundly uncompromising, rigid dogmatists whose commitment to radical Calvinism allowed them to remain steadfast, even cold-blooded, as they instituted an often ferocious form of biblically inspired justice. Of course, so much of this is inspired by the horrors of the colonial witch trials, first in Connecticut, then the infamous trials of Salem. And, to be fair, stereotypes are often stereotypes for a reason. But to be a bit more fair to the actual historical Puritans, the situation is rather a bit complicated. And I think an interesting window onto just how complicated Puritan congregational Christianity was just how the form of Jewish mysticism and theosophy, the Kabbalah, was introduced into North America. What we find is a rather complex development of New World Protestant religious development, Old World esoteric speculation, and Jewish Kabbalistic concepts coming together to form the core of a truly American form of religious life, and eventually national destiny. If you're interested in Kabbalah, theosophy, Hermetic philosophy, or the academic study of the occult, Make sure to subscribe to the channel and check out my other numerous topics on esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work, I provide accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics of esotericism for free here on YouTube. I hope you consider Patreon or with a one-time donation. As you can imagine, producing content like this is pretty expensive, and it's only by your support that I can make this kind of content available for free here on YouTube. You can find those links below, and I really do appreciate your consideration of supporting the channel. Now, let's turn to just how Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism, first entered the world of puritanical colonial North America. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Before turning to the first adventures of Kabbalah in colonial North America, you might be interested in better setting the stage of the occult more generally in the colonies. While we think of the Puritan realm as ferociously repressive of any religious heterodoxy, much less downright sorcery, you might be surprised that magic, astrology, and alchemy thrived, at least to some degree, in colonial North America. In fact, this episode on colonial Kabbalah is kinda the second in a series on colonial occultism that I feel compelled, for whatever reason, to make this time of year. I suppose it's Esoterica does Thanksgiving, but probably just rationalizing at this point. Regardless, make sure to check out the first episode on occultism in colonial America in the card above if you're interested in that kind of thing. So, by way of introduction and to better appreciate why the Puritans would have any interest at all in Jewish mysticism, it's important to recall just how sold they were on those ideas that are fundamental to Protestant values: sola scriptura, sola fide, sola gratia, sola Christus, and soli Deo gloria. That is, that salvation is achieved through Scripture, by faith, through grace, in Christ, unsurprisingly, and for the sake of God's glory alone. That first one, through Scripture alone, was absolutely decisive for the Puritans. So much so that the American colonies would go on to have one of the highest literacy rates in the world in the 18th century, precisely because of their emphasis on studying the Bible as an essential part of one's salvation. Secondly, they weren't going to let some papist antichrists, as they would have had it, or the Roman Catholic Church to be a bit more charitable, much inform that process. Thus, they were left with two testaments, one of which, the new one, was rather accessible, but the other one, which was the Old Testament, was filled with, well, some pretty weird, strange stuff, visions and stuff like that. Well, given that Protestantism still had that new carb smell, where were they to go to unlock all those pesky, weird bits of the Old Testament? Well, the thing had been given to the Jews, and this is the real zinger. The Jews had this secret system of deeply decoding the Old Testament that they called Kabbalah, which they alleged went all the way back to Moses. Thus, the Protestants generally, and the Puritans and Quakers more specifically, were much more open to incorporating Kabbalistic ideas into their larger theological project insofar as they, appear to support the specific agenda of Protestantism, especially over and against Catholicism. Thus, Kabbalah first appears in the colonies as a tool of Protestantism to justify and extend its theological reach. That might strike our ears as cultural appropriation or what have you, but history continues to give not a single damn about our modern concerns over political correctness. So, given all that, it appears that the earliest Kabbalistic text to appear in the colonies is a small manuscript tract which appears to have been written by the heterodox Quaker George Keith around 1688. Now, my Puritans out there are kind of like, what kind of Quaker isn't heterodox? But Keith was especially interesting to the degree to which he was influenced by the trifecta of the Cambridge Platonists, early continental theosophy, and Kabbalah, all of which eventually got him expelled from even the mainline Friend movement in 1694, before his eventual going over to the Anglican Church. Keith had actually introduced Quakerism into the circle of the Cambridge Platonist Anne Conway, whose 1690 The Principles of the Most Ancient and Modern Philosophy is among the most extraordinary texts of early modern philosophy. It was even written by Anne Conway, a woman. A woman wrote a very important text in the early modern period that philosophy departments conveniently don't read. And that circle, among whom Franciscus Mercurius von Helmont could be counted, would also convert Keith over to Christian Kabbalah. Now, recall, this was the real heyday of Christian Kabbalah, especially in Protestant circles, with the publication of the Kabbalah Denudata by Christian Norman Rosenroth in 1677-78, and, more importantly, the publication of the Sulzbach Zohar in 1684. The circle around Conway was among the most theologically avant-garde of the day, introducing not only Kabbalah into these discussions, but also the works of the German Kabbalistic Jakob Böhme, who Hegel called the true first German philosopher. And it's in that interplay that we see the first text of Kabbalah appear in the colonies in 1688. Specifically, he is responding to a colonial edition of Böhme's work that was published in 1688, edited by Daniel Leeds, but printed by William Bradford. In fact, it's one of the oldest documents printed outside to the south of New England. Leeds and Bradford, you might recall from my other episode on colonial occultism, were also responsible for an astrologically infused almanac that was also condemned the year before. Sounds like a couple fun chaps to hang out with. Well, they also published an epitome of Böhme's thought called The Temple of Reason for the Little World, which was rather polarizing even among the Quakers of the time. It was this work that seems to have inspired Keith to further compose an attack on Böhmian theosophy from the point of view, at least of his interpretation of the Kabbalah. He was on Team Kabbalah. Thus, the 1688 Kabbalah of the Hebrews is a sustained polemic against early continental theosophy, which itself was actually probably influenced by Kabbalah's debate and remained polarizing in those very Quaker circles. His central concerns are the coincidence of opposites, the idea of good and evil both existing in the Godhead, the primordial androgyne nature of Adam prior to the fall, and the dual Christ theology, which really underwrote much of Quaker theology as he saw the partial theme concept in the Zohar, Gloria, and Kabbalah. Indeed, Keith's 1688 manuscript tract, The Kabbalah of the Jews, contains a near-running summary of much of how Lurian and Kabbalah was taken up in Protestant circles in the late 17th century, and it's amazing that it went completely unnoticed until being rediscovered in 1935. In fact, it contains, to my knowledge, the very first image of the Sephirotic Tree of Life ever put to paper in North America. Now, the Bodleian Temple of Wisdom was, let's call it, poorly received by the Quakers at the time, and was an object of profound derision by the Congregationalists and Puritans. In fact, a year before the Friends disowned Keith, some Friends, right? 27-year-old Cotton Mather would publish the first in a series of tracts attacking Keith's rather specific and honestly idiosyncratic theology as a kind of straw man and proxy for Quaker theology more generally. In fact, the copy of the 1688 Kabbalah of the Jews that survives was probably copied out by a go-between between Keith and Mather, named Christian Ludovit, who was claimed by Mather to have been lately recovered out of Quakerism, sort of a convert to Congregationalism. In an extraordinary series of back and forth polemics, both Mather and Keith argued for their positions, often informed a shared appeal to Kabbalistic sources, especially the Zohar of all things, to make and break their respective points. Specifically at target would be Keith's claims about how a series of reincarnations, which Cotton correctly identifies with the Hebrew term Gilgul, or Tal, as he correctly has it, would ensure that the peoples in the world, all peoples in the world according to Keith, would eventually come to salvation through a process of reincarnation. Also, there were debates around how divine names do or don't hide occult secrets, and the degree to which primordial wisdom or biblical and Kabbalistic text describes the pre-incarnate Christ. Similarly, the relationship to the Shekhinah, to the Christian notion of the Holy Spirit, the exact nature of the Adam Kadmon in relationship to Christ, and the specific Quaker idea of the inner light or inner Christ. This is sometimes referred to as the dual Christ theory that was very controversial, and the resurrection of the body from an invulnerable, imperishable bone in the spine. That's an idea found in the Zohar. This truly is a witness to the degree to which Kabbalah was already infusing itself into the very specific Protestant polemics, both on the continent, but amazingly enough, in the colonies as well. In fact, recall why it did so at all. Mather is learning about Kabbalah from primary Protestant sources only in the interest of grounding and extending Puritan theology. In fact, he's perfectly happy to dismiss or historicize Kabbalistic sources and texts anytime they contradict his worldview. He actually calls them rabbinic fuckeries at one point. It's great insult, just honestly. This is observable in the polemics with Keith, but also in his massive commentary on the Bible, the first such text to be composed in North America. There, Cotton Mather is, like I said, happy to include a range of selections from Kabbalistic texts, though they aren't always accurately translated or even from the books. Yes, they are. You should always check your sources. In fact, Cotton himself never consulted a Kabbalistic text firsthand, much less in the original language, to my knowledge at least. Again, doing so largely through earlier Protestant translators and exegetes. In fact, Kabbalah was already indirectly affecting the colonies by the late 1660s as news of Shabbatai Tzvi's messianic agenda and failure reached the region. Yep, Shabbatai Tzvi reaches America. Increase Mather, Cotton's father, had in some sense held out hope that Shabbatai would actually overthrow the Sultan, just as Martin Luther had in some sense defeated the forces of the papist Antichrist folk, and along with the foundations of the New Jerusalem already laid in North America, this would somehow all serve to inaugurate the end of days. Yep, the apocalypse. It always comes back to the apocalypse. With Shabbatai Tzvi's conversion to Islam kind of derailing that whole plan, Increase imagined that rather than that, a mass immigration of Jews to the New Jerusalem and New England, and of course their subsequent conversion to Puritanism, would now herald the end of times. Also, this kind of dovetailed with Cotton Mather's interest in the Jewish Indian theory. You know, the theory that Native Americans were actually the lost tribes of Israel, and boy, did this idea have legs. I mean legs, like Joseph Smith, Golden Plate, Latter-day Saints legs. Regardless, Increase and Cotton Mather now both came to see America as playing a decisive role in the history of the world, with the immigration and conversion of the Jews as part of an anti-Shabbatai, anti-Catholic angle, forming a kind of vision of the apocalyptic end of world history. Honestly, it's not much of an exaggeration to locate at least some of the origins of American exceptionalism here as part of Congregationalist eschatology as an indirect result of the collapse of the Messianic movement inspired by Lurian and Kabbalah, vis-a-vis the failure of the Messianic claims of Shabbatai Tzvi. Again, the shadow of Shabbatai Tzvi cast itself long into modernity. But for this whole Lutherian Congregationalist apocalypse to go down, you need, well, Jews to immigrate to the New Jerusalem and New England and convert to true Congregational Christianity to kick off the apocalypse. And they only had to wait like 56 years after the failure of the Messianic movement of Shabbatism to get their first convert, Yehuda Monis. Now, there had been some Jewish presence in North America for a little bit of time. There was a tiny community in Rhode Island and a small one also in New York. The total Jewish population of the time was less than 1/10 of 1% of the population of the colonies. So small, in fact, they could even attract a full-time rabbi into the late 18th century. Though the Touro Synagogue in Rhode Island, there in Newport, remains the oldest continuously functioning synagogue in North America. So if you find yourself in Newport, pay him a visit. But with the conversion of Monis, the now elderly Cotton Mather felt that this was the tectonic shift he and his father had been looking for. Monis, an Italian Jew who seems to have actually been trained under the anti-Sabbatian Jacob de Aaron Sasportas, was ideally suited for the task of becoming what the Mathers called the new Jew. This was a Kabbalistically trained anti-Sabbatian and anti-Catholic in the New World. Monis, as you may also know, would go on to become the first professor of Hebrew at this little place called Harvard. Big one. And he also composed both the first Hebrew grammar and the first explicitly Kabbalistic text published in the colonies in 1722. In honor of his conversion, which was really attended by the colonial academics who's who of the time, a collection of speeches and tracts was published in 1722 by Daniel Henchman, including a series of essays by Monis entitled The Truth, the Whole Truth, and Nothing But the Truth. Yes, you heard that correctly, printed by Daniel Henchman, who has an awesome name. He was actually one of the most important early printers in Boston at that time. Also, yes, it's from American jurisprudence. At any rate, the final essay in the collection by Monis, a text called Nothing But the Truth, is actually a sustained Kabbalistic defense of Protestant Christianity meant for his brethren by the flesh, of the Jews, but I honestly think it was just as much to convince the wasps in the room that his conversion was really on the up and up. This brief essay ranges from why the Shema prayer proves the existence of the Trinity. Recall the Shema says, Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad, that Hear, O Israel, the Lord is God, the Lord is one, thus uttering words for God 3 times. Thus, God must be triune and united as one. There's also some strategically translated sections of the Zohar and other Kabbalistic texts, some of which are the kind of medieval frauds, and some even good old-fashioned gematria. Again, all of this is meant to show the reality of the Trinity and Christian orthodoxy. Though the Protestants would have hated me to say it, this was actually part of a long, unfortunate history of Jewish converts to Christianity being made to use their former religion as a ground for other Jews to convert. It's sort of using the weapons of the Jews against the Jews. This is a long thing going back to the biblical Latin tradition. Regardless of the merits of the arguments of Nothing But the Truth, this 1722 work of Yehuda Monis is the first truly Kabbalistic work written and published in North America. Now, he had just converted from Judaism, so there's that, but yeah, sure, 1722, first work of Kabbalah in North America, published work of Kabbalah. Also, what's a bit odd is that Monis actually had a pretty sophisticated notebook filled with Kabbalistic extracts that he had brought with him from Italy. Conspicuously missing from Nothing But the Truth is really any of that material. It's as if he just ignores perhaps one of the most substantive collections of Kabbalistic literature in the colonies at that time that he directly had access to in the composition of Nothing But the Truth. Also, some of the magical alphabets from Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy copied at the end of that little notebook as well, with his name in one of those occult alphabets in a hand other than his own. Now, just what all that alphabet stuff means isn't really clear to me, but mysteries likely still abound. While Nothing But the Truth does mark the first truly Kabbalistic text produced in the North American colonies, there's virtually no evidence that printed Kabbalistic texts in their original languages had yet landed by the time of Eudaimonis' conversion. Instrumental in that process would be the eventual seventh president of Yale, which you may have heard about, as Stiles. He became a gifted Hebraist. Stiles was convinced that the Kabbalah legitimately held profound and ancient secrets and is among the earliest colonial Christians to seek out both texts in the original languages back on the continent, but, get this, also sought out actual Jewish people. Can you believe that? Actual Jews. You want to talk to actual Jewish people. Actual rabbinical authorities in North America to learn Kabbalah from. And it's to his absolute credit that Stiles deeply respected his Jewish teachers and study partners. And there's actually very little evidence of his seeking out their conversion, which is, remember, actually saying a ton for these days. He didn't try to convert them, it seems. He wanted them to convert. There was no active attempt on his part to proselytize them. Again, though it's still part and parcel of that deep Puritan drive to correctly understand Scripture, given that they, the Puritans, thought that secret Jewish Kabbalistic technology handed down for eons would help them to do so. Stiles, it seems, was originally inspired by the Monis text, Nothing But the Truth, and about 8 months after reading it, wrote a letter to a friend in London requesting that he help Stiles obtain a copy of the Zohar with the original Aramaic and Latin translation. Oh yeah, that friend was Benjamin Franklin. Yeah, Benjamin, key on a kite, father of France. We all better hang together, otherwise we'll hang separately. Franklin. Well, Franklin appears to have kind of drug his feet, and 2 years later, on October 29, 1772, Stiles received a copy of the famed Sulzbach 1684 edition of the Sacred Zohar, the first known copy to have arrived in North America. The Kabbalah had landed. In the years that followed, Stiles would study with a range of rabbis and would include other famed texts in his collection, including the Sefer Yetzirah and the Sefer Tahir. This is sort of an interesting quirk about the colonial situation. The small size of the Jewish community meant that an intermittent string of part-time rabbis, all of which brought a unique angle or group of knowledge with them, this provided Stiles with a steady and interesting stream of study partners, all of which he actually heaped a ton of praise upon later in his writing. Some of those later praise kind of sound a little homoerotic. Cool. These Kabbalistic study sessions made such a profound impact on Stiles that when he first addressed Yale as its seventh president in 1781, he imagined a future American education system based, at least in part, on the Chavrusa system, or traditional Jewish fair study, and on the ancient Talmudic academies of Babylon and their rabbinical lineages through the ages. In fact, that very speech was originally composed by Stiles in the Hebrew language in 1778, revealing a commitment to his own profound experience of Jewish learning and for a tolerant, education-based America with a kind of Kabbalah-guided perennialism at its heart. This is a sentiment, I think, echoed by George Washington's famous letter to the Touro Synagogue that, quote, "It is now no more that toleration is spoken of as if it were the indulgence of one class of people, that another enjoys the exercise of their inherent natural rights. For, happily, the government of the United States, which gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance, requires only that they who live under its protection should demean themselves as good citizens in giving it on all occasions their effectual support." Of course, the writer of that, General Washington, hardly lived up to that sentiment himself as the largest slave owner in the colonies, but it's one of those ideas that we can proudly aim for today ourselves. The history of Western esotericism and the occult in North America is truly important history and deserves better than being just a grab bag of nonsense conspiracy theories. I'm looking at you, all you anti-Mason people. After tracing some general themes, I hope this episode reveals that the reception of the Kabbalah, there's a bad interlinked line for you there, has proven to reveal an interesting intersection of Quakerism, Congregationalism, Continental Theosophy, and even some of the seeds of American exceptionalism in the apocalyptic visions of the matters. We are profoundly lucky to have such solid scholarship like the recent Kabbalah and the Founding of America by Brian Ogren to help understand it better. In fact, this episode would have been impossible without his incredibly fine work of scholarship, and I highly recommend you go pick it up, especially if you're interested in the history of Kabbalah, colonial American religiosity, or the early history of Western esotericism in America. Again, I hope you'll subscribe, check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and I hope you consider supporting my work in making content like this that's scholarly informed and completely free here on YouTube. I hope you consider supporting my work on Patreon or with a one-time donation. Again, you can find those links below. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thanks for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane history, philosophy, and religion. The Enron tablet of Hermes Trismegistus is as famous as it is both brief and enigmatic. Like many other infamously taciturn texts, Sacred Yetzirah or the Book of the Law revealed to Aleister Crowley both come to mind for reasons. This very brevity has fueled the imagination of generations, spawning heaps of commentaries over the ages. Dozens of such commentaries on the Emerald Tablet are known, ranging from very brief cryptic remarks on the text darker still to multi-volume tomes attempting to probe occult depths of every single word of the text. Few small texts like this have proven to be as fecund as these brief lines ascribed to the thrice-great Hermes. Indeed, the text continues to inspire interest to this very day. Perhaps one of the more interesting commentaries in the text is also, and surprisingly, rather poorly known. Sometime during the heart of his alchemical practice, Isaac Newton composed both a translation on the Emerald Tablet, but also an accompanying commentary of the text, echoing his own geo-alchemical theories. Though brief, it does give us an interesting insight into Newton's own alchemical theory and practice, and perhaps an insight into the deeper meaning of this marvelous and foundational text of Hermetic philosophy. If you're interested in alchemy, Hermetic philosophy, or the history of magic and Kabbalah, make sure to subscribe, check out my numerous other content on topics in esotericism, and also, if you want to support my work of providing content like this that's accessible, scholarly, and freely available here on YouTube, I hope you consider supporting my work and the project of Esoterica on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You'll find those links below, and I want you to know that your support of the channel and of the project of Esoterica more generally makes all this possible. Now let's turn to one of the greatest minds in history and his approach to Hermetic philosophy and the occult science of alchemy. Isaac Newton is Memoires Mineralis and the Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane, history, philosophy, and religion. Trismegistus has long been understood as a canonical text of Hermetic philosophy, despite not being among the classical philosophical Hermetic texts. These texts, typically referred to as the technical Hermetica, first developed in the Greco-Roman Egyptian context, but truly matured in the Islamic world, primarily in the 9th century, being composed and translated into Arabic, and then entered into the European context and Latin translations beginning around the 12th century. It's possible, even perhaps likely, that the Emerald Tablet predates the Arabic version in which it first appears, but the evidence remains inconclusive. I've actually made another episode about the incredibly complex, honestly tortured history of the composition, redaction, translation, and transmission of the Emerald Tablet. You may want to check it out in the card above before diving into Dewey's rather late, at least in terms of the history of alchemy, his rather late translation commentary that I'll be talking about in this episode. But before discussing his English translation from Latin and his commentary, I thought I'd just read both aloud, both in Latin and English. So let's do that first. The Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus, as transcribed by Science. Hermes Trismegistus, Tablet. Serum est sina. All things have different roads to one by creation of one, so all things have their birth from this one thing to by education. The sun is his father, his mother, the wind having carried it in his belly, the earth is his nest. The father of all perfection, the whole world is here. Its force and power is entire, burning it. Separate thou the earth from the fire, subtle, good, sweet, radiant. It sends from the earth to the heavens, and again it sends to the earth, and it receives the force of things superior. By this means you shall have the glory of the whole world, thereby all obscurity shall shall fly. Its force is above all force, for it distinguishes every subtle thing and penetrates every solid thing. So is the world. skillful adaptation. And this generation is similar to the human, truly when the father and mother, which are the sons. When the infant is conceived, the portion of babies is born continuously in the belly of her mother down to birth, and after birth he emerges at the breasts of both the earth until he grows up. The wind, the bath, the sun, the curious, the dragon, the fire that succeeds the earth as the government of the earth. And the earth is the nurse, Latona washed and cleansed, and the Egyptians assuredly had the nurse, and Apollo, that is the wife, that this is the source of all perfection of the whole world. Force and efficacy of it is the entire earthly gifts, concoction, wetness, multiplication, fermentation, eternal, is the earth. Thus it will first be cleansed by separating the elements of sea, gradually, without violence, by making the whole material ascend into heaven in sublimation, and then through a reiteration of the sublimation, making it descend into the earth. By that method, it requires the penetrating force of spirit in its force of body. Thus you will have the glory of the whole world and all obscurities of all being. For this thing, when it has to be submission, the constellation ascended, the heaven descended, the earth becomes the strongest of all connections, for it will strain like every southern thing, penetrate into every southern. And just as the world was created from dark chaos, bringing forth the light, through the separation of the air and firmament, the waters and the earth, so our work brings forth the beginning out of black chaos, and its first matter of separation of the elements and the illumination. Whence arise the marvelous adaptations and arrangements of our work, the mode of which here calculate the purification and work. On account of this art, Darius is called thrice great, having 3 parts of the philosophy of the whole world, since he signifies the mercury of all philosophy, which is composed of 3 strong substances, as body, soul, and spirit, and is human, vegetable, and animal, and has dominion of the whole kingdom, the children. To render his English translation, Newton was working with a version of the Vulgate of the Emerald Tablet found originally in the 1541 De Alchimia printed by Johannes Petreius of Nuremberg, although this text goes back to the early Middle Ages. But his more proximate source was volume 6 of the absolutely titanic Theatrum Chemicum, which he purchased in 1669 along with his first substantial alchemical laboratory equipment. This represents his transition from an interest in chemical working as a means to produce various kinds of marvels like perpetual motion machines or lantern wicks, which are forever, to his mature period of alchemical theory and practice. If you're wondering,
Hello, Robbie.
What up, pimp?
Every stage of his alchemical
Much, how you been?
at some point in the future.
Kicking
Well,
ass,
nice,
taking
yeah.
names, thankfully. How are things in your neck of the woods, son? Maple, you're
So, yeah.
did you find out what podcast I was on that you saw?
Oh, it wasn't a podcast. It was one of the. So you about 9 months back, you clicked one of my gameplays and then said join so and so this group. Yeah,
Oh.
Discord.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
So how are things going?
you guys been busy with work. I haven't been able to get on.
All right. What do you do for a
I
living?
was checking on his own.
Very nice. Do you enjoy it?
Yeah, not too shabby. Oh my. Okay, too many things going on the stream. I turned it all on.
Are you live
I was
stream?
about to say, how do you not get bored?
Oh,
But then again, I just noticed you have a lot of freaking people on watching news, gameplays, and whatnot.
100%. Do you stream on YouTube as well?
No, I get banned on there for my copyright.
Join the
Music.
club. Join the club, my man. I don't let that stop me. I'm live on 25 separate streams at this very moment.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that when I first came in here.
Yeah. If they ban you, just keep
That's
just
actually
create
bonkers.
just create a new account and just keep doing it. What are they gonna do?
The moment I make money, ID comes the exact same, still gonna pull the exact same ID. So
Yeah,
it's
no,
not
I
really
understand. I understand that. So it's at least good for your promotion,
for
though.
content. Yeah,
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 exactly.
that's true. Yeah.
And what I find to be kind of an interesting thing, you create multiple accounts. So you create one under like Maple, your main account or whatever, and then you just create a random backup
Uh-huh.
that's not tied to you in any way. That is just like backup account or whatever. And then you stream or whatever, and if they ban Maple, you still have all your content saved on their servers for backup account.
It's too much of a hassle. I don't think my PC is gonna handle all that, man.
No, it can easily
I
handle
got
it.
a
You just
home
have to
PC.
stream. You just stream through Rumble, and Rumble multi streams for you for free. So you can live stream to YouTube, Twitch, Kick, uh, certainly Rumble, and really up to 100 or more different platforms at the press of a button.
Hmm.
Have you ever used
But
Rumble?
it depends on the. No, I do not.
Okay, so do you know what Rumble is? It's like YouTube.
Yes, I do.
All right, so all you do is create a Rumble account,
I.
and they have something
Mhm.
called Rumble Studio, and you can put in if you wanted your Facebook, your X, your YouTube, your Twitch, and any other things that have an RTMP key. And then when you go live on Rumble, it goes live on all of them at the same time. So you're multi streaming, and this is smart. And the reason why it's smart is because it gives you a wider audience, and all of the chats are all uh, they're all synchronized, and so you just have to look at your one chat box if that makes sense.
I get you. I get you.
Okay.
I currently use Restream or yeah, Restream IO.
I use Restream as well, but unfortunately, Restream only allows for 2 free channels, though. You know that, right?
Yeah, yeah, I do know. I'm very well aware what that is.
Exactly. But Rumble allows unlimited.
Yeah, but that kind of a kicker for your quality, stream quality, though, is it not?
No, you have excellent stream. You can have excellent stream quality so long as you have good internet connection and camera.
Oh, makes sense.
They don't kick you down to standard definition. You can have HD on there.
Okay.
And I mean, look, why would you just
Um,
stream to 2 platforms when you can stream to 20 for free?
you're right. Yeah.
It only makes sense. And
I
it's
don't know what happened, but I think I may have been hacked again because I'm not able to log into my Restream account. Oh boy.
all right. Here's a common issue. Do you log in with your Gmail?
Gmail, correct? Yeah.
Yeah. So log in with using their Gmail login,
Yep.
and then you should be able to log in.
I can actually hear you freaking better now because last time I couldn't hear you because there was like static or whatever you want to call it.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you can hear me better. So are you able to log into Restream using your Gmail credentials?
Just trying to figure out which password I have because I have a lot of emails tied to one password, so or 2 to 3 4 passwords. So gotta figure this out. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Let's go to restream.io. Uh, I gotta stop clicking links, man. Always gets me every time. Oh, okay. I put the wrong email in there. Okay. And the password is wrong too. Okay.
If you want another workaround Restream, you can create a secondary Restream account and stream to another 2 live streams as well, if that makes sense.
I hear you.
A thing that
Finally.
a thing that
Found the password.
the thing that I don't like about Restream, it's a great platform, but their RTMP, their custom RTMP function is for premium only. But that seems to be the standard for most platforms, but not on Rumble. Rumble allows free RTMP, custom RTMP.
Yeah, I don't really need high bit rates or custom RTMP.
You don't know what RTMP is, do you?
Not by with a breakdown, but yeah.
Okay, so let me explain it. I should have been more specific. You know when you have to get that stream key and stream URL?
Oh yeah.
That's what
Okay.
what RTMP is. So what I'm saying is it allows you to get a stream key and stream URL from any website as opposed to just YouTube or just TikTok or just Instagram or whatever. Does that make sense? It stands for real-time message. It stands for real-time messaging protocol.
No, a lot more than I do, for sure.
Word, dog. I'm the king of the internet. I mean, just look how long this call's been going. Over a year.
Yep, I do see that. And I'm still surprised how you're, like, I still have yet to see you eat, do anything.
Dude.
I have never
Dog,
in there.
Dog,
I'm never
look,
in the
look, I just ate.
stream or on your YouTube.
I just ate just now. And I'm drinking right now. So
yeah,
I do those things. You just haven't watched long enough, which I understand. It happens.
Yep, I have now.
So what are you gonna stream?
Probably nothing today because I got work tomorrow doing 10 hours.
Oh wow, that's a lot of work. Are you one of those Amazon people? You work in a warehouse or you a driver?
Both. Not really warehouse, but more of like customer service, like upfront, like sales.
Oh, okay.
Like I don't know how to describe it. So pretty much I deal with customers.
Do you have a
purchasing or all that?
Do you have a camera on you all the time?
Negative.
Okay.
Not necessary. Unlike Lowe's, because Lowe's has started wearing cameras for self checkout and whatnot, because people tend to get into fights. From what I heard. Oh.
Did you watch the World Cup?
Nope.
Why not?
I'm not really into sports.
Okay. Do you like video games?
I do video games, yes.
Do you know it's 102 days until Grand Theft Auto 6 launches?
Yep.
Do you know that they're going to launch the trailer on Netflix this week?
Nope.
Yeah, so the third trailer they're going to launch on Netflix, and then 6 hours later it's going to be available to the general public.
Oh, okay.
Is that the most dope-ass shit you've heard all day?
New information all day.
I
don't have enough money to pre-order the game.
I understand.
So I won't do it.
You know when it launches, November 19th?
Yeah.
Are you psyched for it?
Sorry?
Are you happy? Are you excited for it?
You cut off. Sorry.
Are you excited for it?
Yeah, I'm excited for it. But like I said, I just don't have the money.
I understand. Do you think it's going to be the biggest game in global history?
Knowing the fact that it sold out 3.5 billion in few weeks, yeah, I would say, yeah.
There you go, big man.
God, what did I do? What did I do? Oh, custom TMP. Custom. Well, okay. Pain in the butt. Who all this Brandon in your account or just real people?
That's another person. His name's Brandon.
Okay. Because I've always just seen him here streaming for. Is he just streaming for you?
Yeah, he streams in here. He met me in the Aiden Ross server like more than a year ago, and
Aiden Ross server?
yeah, I'm the number one streamer all time in the Aiden Ross server.
Oh, okay.
Aiden Ross has been in my streams. Anyway, Brandon saw what I was doing, thought it was really interesting. Then he began live streaming in here more than a year ago, and he's the number
Uh-huh.
2 streamer all time in my Discord, and he also has way more accounts than anybody else. So if you added them all up, there's a chance that he has more time in here than anybody, even more than myself.
I bet. I just wonder how that electricity bill is going.
Well, he makes it work.
8019, huh? 8019 has been. Oh gosh. 8019 hours or days, I should say.
No, it's hours.
19 hours. Translate that into weeks. Yeah,
It's more than a
too
year.
long. More than a year. Yeah.
Yeah, but we've been going longer than that. It's just Discord had a site wide outage 8,019
Right.
hours ago, and everybody got kicked out. Everyone on the whole website.
This would have been six. So this would be 16.
Exactly. Yeah, 16,000.
Something 30, 34, 30. So yeah, my math is not mathing.
That's okay. It would be like 16,000 or so. But I've been
1638.
But I've been going for 5
16,038.
years. But I've been going for 5 years, so I don't know what that is in hours, but in days, I'm approaching 1,800 days.
5 years, you said?
Yes, sir. It'll be 5 years this
5
summer, God willing,
years.
or this fall, God willing.
And hours.
More data archived on the
That's-
internet than any person in global history.
Yep. So you've been streaming for 43,800 hours time plus the 16,038.
Something like that. Plus, I'm live on like 25 different channels, so that's a lot of data archived.
Yeah, that is a lot. Do you ever get bored?
No, I love it. I absolutely love it. In fact,
because I rarely see some people joining here, so I'm just.
dude, I had people here all day. I did a 2-hour podcast today. I've got podcasts lined up this week. My favorite times, in my own way, is when we have people in here, but everybody's quiet, and I'm just able to do my own thing, and everybody's just chilling. I get women who sleep in here. I get men from all over the world, men and women from all over the world. I get men who sleep in here. People just like to know that they're not alone in the world, and this gives them a community.
Makes sense. But yeah, every time I just see you, I check in for another time, like while I'm at work, but even though I can't join, I just see you and all of the people that the usual.
Absolutely, my man. That's what we do.
This American Ninja Warrior. Oh my god. Is this a repeat or is this new? Sorry.
What are you saying?
The American Ninja Warrior.
No, I don't know.
Is this? I don't know if this is a repeat of last season or this is new season. That's crazy. All right. Okay. Just let me know if I'm a little loud because I can turn down my mic sensitivity.
You're good, pimp.
So on one of your YouTubes, you do have a ceiling camera of some sort?
Word, dog.
How is it in your room, if you don't mind me asking, for all those electronics?
How hot is it?
Yeah, how hot is it? Because electronics conduct heat.
Yeah,
I was so curious.
it's like 69 degrees.
I mean, not too bad, not too bad. I'm assuming you have AC? No, no AC.
Word, dog.
Fans? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it would be hot without air conditioning.
Oh yeah, I understand. So your AC is cooling down everything. So you're like the CPU.
That's correct.
Watching anime? Maybe you sleep?
No, I'm wide awake.
Uh, I can barely see it because of the the static on the camera.
All right, well, I mean, I've got like 1,000 cameras if you want to watch them.
Yeah. Who added me? Why do I keep randomly added? Oh, allergies going off crazy today. Oh,
You all right?
I'm good. Just sneezing, making sure I mute myself so it's not too loud for the stream.
You're good, big dog.
Trying to be respectful,
You're
this
good.
isn't my stream, so
You're good, big man.
how many people is this in this channel? A7. You have a lot of voice channels. Holy moly.
Yeah, if you click on the chat of all of them, there's a description essentially of all of them.
Was this coded by AI or did you do each one?
It's all organic, big dog.
I could never do that for all those channels. So tedious.
It is absolutely
Holy.
tedious. Does it not bother as F?
Sorry?
Is it not cool?
It's cool. It's just that's you just put a lot of hours doing that,
You got
It's
that
like-
dog in me, baby.
for each one. Holy. There's a Telegram here too. And you got your 24/7 radio station.
Or dog.
I accidentally joined a free freedom of speech channel, and I thought thinking it was a chat.
You're right.
Public chat.
There are chats and all of them.
Yeah, I'm looking. Where is the global chat?
I don't let people chat here. I used to, but I got someone. You used to be able to chat in every single one, and then somebody put videos of somebody self-circumcising themselves, and it was really bloody and gory and stuff.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, but best not to do that then.
And since
A lot
I-
of people
and
weirdos
since-
nowadays.
And since I had
Oh.
500 chats, I had to delete it. It took me like a couple hours to delete it, and I kept having to see it. And so I still let people chat in a few limited ones. But then what happens is, since I'm just kind of a one-man band here, I do have other people, but not enough to keep a 24/7 moderation. People will
Right.
come in with a robot, and the robot just spams the whole time. And and then it's just like links that I can't control. So I just thought, you know
Yeah.
what? Until I have the opportunity to have moderation 24/7, I've just got to only allow it to be a voice call, Discord.
Voice call.
Yeah. which is different
I think
than
that's
so
more-
many other Discords. Most people's Discords are text and not voice chat.
Yeah.
But mine's the
I feel
opposite.
like genuine voice is better than texting, but I just want to see if people were chatting up
Yeah, no, I get that, and I'm not against it. It's just in the future, I just need people to
Yeah,
be
no, I'm
able
not
to
against it either. It's just that you got priorities, and priorities are people being stupid.
work, dog.
Prevent that. And yeah, we don't want to promote that here, especially
Absolutely.
for a time capsule.
That's exactly right. Do you ever do podcasts?
Sorry?
Do you ever do podcasts?
No, I don't. I don't see me needing one or me hosting one because a I don't have the huge following, nor do I have anything interesting to share about besides just video games. And video games, it's not a lot of people's cup of tea nowadays. It's more of like trading, esports, but for different, what I want to call it. Announcements. 4:59 p.m. ago, you posted that your stream. This is from notify me. Uh, you not play video games, Ravi?
I play video games with people every night.
Oh. And this is me just not being here in the right time, nor have I seen it.
It's
I
alright.
don't mean that to be to try to offend
You're good.
anybody, but
You're good. I understand.
just genuine question.
100%.
Yes. I could never do this and not not get bored. You know what I mean?
I enjoy it.
I would be so bored out of my mind doing all this and just for nothing. Today was rough. Uh, Traffic was so bad.
Well, you're home now, right?
Yeah, I'm home now on my PC watching anime on the one screen and just relaxing. Check one of my games that I normally play on for some loot and probably get off and take a nap.
All right, big
It would
dog.
translate me waking up early in the morning.
I do that too sometimes.
'Cause, yeah, like my sleep schedule is crazy. I'm not, I'm not just so crazy. Back from back out of this one. Over here. Open that.
those episodes. Though his translations of the Emerald Tablet and his commentary actually date to about 20 years later and were produced sometime in the 1680s or early 1690s and represent many of his more mature positions on the alchemical process, especially how metals are produced and degenerate deep within the earth, specifically in his somewhat brief Humores Minerales produced sometime in the 1670s, likely between 1670 and 1674. And it's to unpacking those ideas that I want to turn to now. It's really only by understanding Newton's alchemical work at this time that we really understand his commentary on the Emerald Tablet. Both his translation of the Emerald Tablet and his commentary can be found in King's Manuscript 28, which along with Manuscript 27 represent Newton's longest sustained engagement with Hermetic texts specifically, though his enormous alchemical output could just as well be seen in this light as well. This might also be the place to recall that while Newton is most famous for his contribution to optics, physics, and the development of the calculus, thus placing him, of course, as a central figure in the Enlightenment, he also wrote literal volumes, millions of words on alchemy and arcane biblical interpretation. This was something of a dirty secret for a while for whatever reason, but thanks to pioneering studies by Dodds and Westphal, followed up by those of folks like Newman, we now have a much richer and accurate depiction of Newton, which serves to render his genius all the more profound rather than tarnishing it with that he was an alchemist or an occultist. For instance, the idea that Newton was a rigid mechanist materialist, for which he was praised by some early scientists and mocked by others, like the poet and prophet William Blake, has just proven to be wholly inadequate representation of his mature philosophy. In fact, his alchemical theories show that his worldview was just as much an organismic worldview
Alright, Rab.
as a mechanical one.
GG's. I'm gonna
Peace,
go
big
get
dog.
dinner before it's too late.
Absolutely. Don't
And
be a
hopefully
stranger.
knocked out.
We want to see you.
Good seeing you.
Take care, big dog.
Hopefully I'll be able to join you again.
God bless. You
If
take
my
care, my man.
schedule's not too busy.
Excellent.
GG, man. Have a good night.
You too. Peace.
Philosophy of loyal skeptical chemist to the arcane world of alchemy and the occult would have drifted easily from his earliest work in the chemical wonders of natural magic to trying to probe the secrets of Basilius Valentinus's 12 keys by the late 1660s. Indeed, Newton was already proving to be a careful and systematic thinker, attempting to build a unified theory of physics, optics, and alchemy chemistry already from the start. Specifically, he was interested in a set of problems about the generation of metals deep within the earth, especially as explored in his Humores Minerales, found in the Dibner Collection Manuscript 1031b, probably composed between 1660 and 1674. As you may know, for centuries, dating back all the way to Islamic alchemy, the general alchemical position held that sulfur and mercury found within the earth were subjected to various exhalations and forces, including astrological forces, and given the ratio of these compounds and the exhalations, the various metals emerged in varying states of perfection. Thus, the task of the alchemist was to reproduce these natural conditions in an artificial earth within the hermetic egg by art of laboratory, whereby metals could be produced or transmuted. The real weak link in this theory, which was utterly reasonable given the Aristotelian theories of the day and the Islamic mercury sulfur sea theory of the metals, was the meager understanding on the part of the alchemist about, well, precisely what went on within the earth to form the metals. How could the alchemist imitate nature and indeed imitate God if nature hid her secrets deep within the bowels of the earth? The answer, as much as it was one, was to probe into those depths and witness the production of metal within the earth itself, to see the metals in situ. But that wouldn't be done by the alchemists per se, but by the rise in Central European mining operations primarily in the 16th and 17th century. Here, discoveries made in the early history of modern mining would be systematically combined with the alchemical theories of the previous generations, especially in the thought of people like Paracelsus, Roscius, Sendivogius, and others, many of which had practical experience in just those mining operations. For Newton, the problem at hand was, as one might imagine, was both eminently theoretical and technical. It had long been held that minerals were subjected to various acids or menstruums, sometimes just harsh waters, which dissolved them and allowed them to sink down deep into the earth. As they traveled deeper, this theory held that they came in contact with sulfurous exhalations or gases emerging from the hellish cinder of the earth, fire and brimstone, which fixed them into the alchemical metals gold, silver, copper, lead, iron, and tin. The purer the mineral and the gas interaction, the purer the metal produced. Newton here, leaning on Savogius and Solea, held that this process was actually a very long and slow cycle by which minerals and gases interacted in a kind of perpetual circulation, whereby metals came into being and passed away as they descended into the earth and were driven back up again over and over again in a constant geoalchemical cycle. But the ever careful Newton noticed a problem. He could subject a metal to attack by acid, utterly dissolve it, subject the compound to distillation, only to find that the metal always stays back in the alembic and the solvent is rendered into the receiver. Indeed, this occurred no matter how strong the menstruum or acid you used. If the minerals within the earth are being rendered so utterly volatile, two questions naturally emerge. Is this even possible to achieve by art? Can we develop an acid so strong? The alchemist. And if such volatility is indeed achieved deep within the earth, by which process could it possibly be fixed again? What is the natural process or substance which prevents the volatile mineral from being completely destroyed, thus allowing it to be fixed again as a metal at all? Indeed, if such volatility were the rule, no metals would ever be found so near the surface of the earth, much less the large veins of metals that miners do indeed discover. To answer this riddle, Newton combines two alchemical concepts: the notion of an internally fixed metallic seed, along with a geoalchemical cycle which generates and decomposes it, thus producing the metals. Here Newton imagines a constant cycle in which corrosive waters, or the menstruum, dissolve minerals, thus causing them to descend into the earth. This dissolved liquid seeps into the increasingly hot interior, into which it vaporized, creating metallic fumes which rise back up through the crevices in the earth. These fumes, these metallic fumes, come into contact with the newly descending vitriolic waters, in which they combine or putrefy or ferment, thus producing further sulfur and mercury, some of which is fixed as metals within the earth, and some of which escapes, going on to become the life-giving salts necessary for vegetable and animal life. Note here for Newton, the menstruum, while very powerful, never fully dissolves the minerals. Why? Here he leans on another classic alchemical idea, that within each mineral is a kind of metallic seed or semina which can be changed but never destroyed. Specifically, Newton unites ideas as far back as the 14th century Summa Perfectionis, where mercury alone is the substratum of all the metals, with sulfur being ultimately a kind of purity. And here he also combines the alchemy of Sibyllogius, whereby one central salt of the Paracelsian influence here takes various modes as it passes through the geoalchemical cycle, and it's developed but never fully destroyed. These metallic seeds are sanguina, microscopic particles, combinations, and structures that give rise to the metals, and life more generally through geoalchemical fermentation becomes the subject of Newton's further alchemical investigations. Again, it's worth pointing out that Newton's thinking is very much centered on a geoalchemical cycle which unites the mineral, vegetable, and animal world into one organic whole. The mechanical and the organic are fully intertwined in Newton's thinking from the very beginning. His model is much more akin to a kind of metallic fermentation inside the earth than purely mechanical this plus this equals that. He's certainly no mere mechanist, and that brings us to his unique interpretation of the famed Emerald Tablet. Differences in translation often reflect what the translator means to emphasize rather than simply conveying the overall meaning of a text from one language to another. Thus, when the translator rendered the rich but otherwise normal German word Besetzung with the neologism cathexis in the English translation of Sigmund Freud's works on psychoanalysis, the emphasis is put on trying to make Freud sound more sciencey. When in doubt, use a magical Greek word or something like that, likely in the interest of emphasizing that more scientific aspect of the project of psychoanalysis. So with that in mind, what do we notice in Newton's translation of the Emerald Tablet? Well, there's nothing terribly outstanding about his overall rendering. It's honestly a pretty straightforward translation of the standard Vulgate edition of the text. But in light of these alchemical theories that I've been discussing, two otherwise confusing elements of the tablet seem to come together in the mind of Newton. Part of the difficulty of Hermetic philosophy in general is a strong and simultaneous dedication to a very strict monism, the origin of all being in the one, while affirming that even the physical world of difference and change is somehow also an extension or an emanation of this underlying fundamental unity. Now, it's easy to say all is one or into pi, but it's much harder to build a complete and coherent metaphysics or physics for that matter with such a central philosophical or spiritual commitment. I suspect that Newton's translation is setting up just a sort of solution to this problem by focusing on the unity of the microcosm and the macrocosm, not so much as a harmony of correspondences, and this is typically the way that this text has been interpreted in history, but as a unified process by which variegated substance itself comes to be and transforms. And this makes a great deal of sense when one sets his geochemical theory of the generation and fermentation of the metals from their dissolution, fixation, and emergence as the salts necessary for life. This concept, by the way, that borrows from Seth-Bogius' dual role of the salt niter. Thus, I think from Newton's focus on the tablet at this point in his alchemical career, we learn more about Newton's theoretical and practical priorities than anything else. Honestly, I think this holds true for basically any interpretation of the Emerald Tablet. Interpretations of it reveal more about the interpreter and their agenda than about the tablet's actual meaning, which I suspect has been long lost due to the dual forces of history and the obscurity of the text. But Newton doesn't leave us with only a translation of the tablet. Let's turn to his brief, but I think very helpful commentary to fill out my line of thinking here. Unsurprisingly, there is a great deal of harmony, if not strict parallelism, between Newton's geochemical theory and the commentary on the Emerald Tablet. Here, Newton details that quicksilver and sulfur are in fact the same thing, with the difference lying in their respective maturity or degree of digestion, as he has it. It's a general term for the quasi-organic fermentation process by which the metals are generated and degenerated within the earth. Further, they are, according to the commentary, mutually transmuted into one another and go on to produce that which is superior to both of them, a quote, noble offspring capable of transformation to something more perfect. And this is, of course, the Philosopher's Stone, the stone capable of transmuting base metals into gold. Here, Newton creates a three-way analogy between the creation of a child in gestation, the generation of the metals, both within the geoalchemical process laid out in the Mores Minerales, and, of course, by extension, also within the alchemical laboratory, but also the very divine act of creation out of the primordial chaos by God. In this truly wonderful move, Newton shows that creation, from divine creation, from chaos to transmutation to procreation, is an isomorphic harmony. Thus, the substances differ at various registers of creation and procreation, yet remain fundamentally the same ontologically. Thus, the alchemist learns from divine creation, human procreation, and specifically in this instance, the geochemical or geoalchemical fermentation to create by art with a hermetic egg as the alchemical act of projection. This is as much imitatio naturae as imitatio Dei. For Newton, alchemy is seeing a difference at the physical register, but a deeper ontological unity in the process by which and through which the alchemist proceeds. Hence, the greatness of Hermes flows from his magistry of these three registers, the body, the soul, and the spirit, along with the mineral, the vegetable, and the animal, which, when set into harmony, provide dominion, as he puts it, over those registers, and thus the ability to miraculously do what only God can want to perform, transmute all of them into perfection. Thus, Newton's brief commentary on the Emerald Tablet is the bridge between the ancient wisdom of the alchemists and his own systematic attempt to synthesize the strength of both the mechanical and the organic philosophy and scientific outlook on nature, humanity, and divinity. Of course, his alchemical investigation was only really beginning with the Mores Minerales, his commentary on the tablet, but one has to admit this is truly an ingenious start. As you can probably tell, this is just an introductory foray into the incredibly complex world of Newtonian alchemy, but fear not, we will have much more content on Newton and the occult dimensions of his occultness to come, including his rather curious biblical analysis. Thankfully, the absolutely groundbreaking scholarship of folks like Dodds and Westphal has yielded some of the finest work in the history of scholarship on the history of alchemy. And William Newman's work on Newtonian alchemy has proven without a doubt the most important study, carefully improving upon what came before him and forensically recreating Newton's alchemy in modern lab, breathtaking scholarship. It's also very worth pointing out and recommending Rampling's book, Experimental Fire. Though she doesn't deal so much with Newton himself, it's still a hugely important work in understanding the alchemical world that produced him. Happily, many of Newton's manuscripts have been digitized, including the ones I've consulted for this episode. You can find links to those texts below and go for yourself both in the original manuscript and in normalized diplomatic transcriptions. I've also included a general alchemy reading list in the description below if you want some reliable, scholarly text to start your own study in alchemy. This is a topic that honestly very close to my heart. Again, make sure to subscribe, check out my other content on alchemy, and consider supporting my work of making scholarly, free content on topics as esotericism freely available here on YouTube. You can do that by checking out my Patreon or thinking about a one-time donation. You can find those links below. More alchemy content to come, I promise. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thanks for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane, history, philosophy, and religion.
Today is Shabbat, August 8th, 2026, 2786. The weekly Torah portion of Parashat Re'ah, Deuteronomy 11, 26, 16 to 17. See, I set before you today a blessing and a curse. The partial focuses on choice. Blessing occurs depending on how to respond to God's commandments, worship, rejecting idolatry, and establishing a central place of worship. Tzedakah laws concerning tithes and helping those in need. Kashrut, permitted and forbidden foods, the festivals, Pesach, Shavuot, and Sukkot. Community responsibility, caring for the poor and vulnerable. The central message: our choices have consequences. Not to Torah asks us not merely to recognize what is right, but to choose it and live by it. The Shabbat is also known as Shabbat Novim, when the coming month of Elul is blessed, bringing us toward the high holy days. The Torah Parsha right now. See, I am placing before you today a blessing and curse. Deuteronomy 11:3. The Parsha begins with a powerful word. Raya. See, Moshe doesn't say simply listen or understand. He tells us to see. Why? Because Judaism teaches us that we have choices in front of us every day. Sometimes the choice between blessing and difficulties and something dramatic, it can come down to the small decisions we make, how we speak to someone, whether we help another person, whether we act with honesty, or whether we choose to do what is right even when nobody's watching. The Torah places blessing and curses. The Torah places blessing and curse before us, but then tells us to choose the blessing. That is an important distinction. We are not powerless observers of our lives. We have a role in creating the kind of person and the kind of community we want to become. And there is another beautiful connection. This week we are approaching the month of Elul, the month leading toward Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. Elul is traditionally a time for reflection and preparation. So perhaps the message of Raya is especially relevant now. So where you are, see the choices in front of you, and then choose the path that brings you more blessing into your life and the lives of others watching.
August 6th, 11 a.m. on the dot. Your boys Punctual. Welcome to the big round breakdown live.
Why this is it's really unprecedented.
Every day is a wonderful day for Scrum Day. Every day is a wonderful day to clean.
Dr. Daddy, we have a real mess in here.
I live for messes. Talk to me.
Burnt salmon, Doc.
It's ruined. It was so expensive, and now it's just running cold water. By the way, Dr. Daddy. Stay. You scrubbed it. Dr. Daddy, you're a hero. Don't thank me. Thank Scrub Daddy. Babe, let me clear. She's covered.
No, you'll scratch her.
Leia, Scrub Mommy has two styles. One for heavy-duty scrubbing, and another for more gentle, sensitive surfaces.
You're such a good man.
Fashion, probably. Skedaddle.
Way to go, idiots.
So, we got the commercial. Brendan Schaub, who is a pathological liar, was claiming that he shot this commercial. I knew he was lying, but like I've always said, he's always explaining the truth. So Brendan Schaub could have just said, I got a extra spot in the background of a commercial. He's made it sound like I could fly up to LA, read my script, I got lines, I'm getting paid tens of thousands of dollars to do this national commercial I'm starring in. Of course, that's what he had to say, but just his redacted self, just standing in the background like an idiot. It sounded as if you weren't zesty, right? That was this commercial. And he looked so out of place and like an idiot in the background as well. But this is the most work in show business he's done in decades. As if they were going to let him speak and have lines. He's that insane. But let's continue here, though.
Dr. Daddy, we have a real mess in here.
I live for messes. Talk to me.
Grilled salmon, dog.
It's rude. And it was so expensive. And now it's just fried in cold water. By the way, Dr. Daddy. You scrubbed it. Dr. Daddy, you're a hero. Don't thank me. Thank Scrub Daddy. You got a good job, man. Scrub Mommy has two sides. One for heavy duty scrub, and another for more gentle, sensitive surfaces.
You're such a good
And I should probably sit down.
way to go, idiots.
By the way, even this portion of the commercial, the little part Schaub was in, when this actually airs on anything, because this is the full uncut commercial. So, like, if this actually does go on TV, you'll never even see Schaub back because they'll have to cut it down immensely. But even this, he had to lie about. He posted on Instagram, he was like, here's the commercial I did a cameo. Well, first and foremost, you didn't claim you were doing a cameo in a commercial. You claimed that they hired you to star in it. But that's not a cameo. You're a nobody. No one knows who you are. No one can tell that's you. You were an extra. You were an extra, and I bet you, I guarantee you, Schaub spent money to do this. I bet you, like, people are like, let me get you an extra spot in this Scrub Daddy commercial. I'll be out in LA next week to do it. And to buy tickets to fly there, and he got paid $100 to be on set for the day. But yeah, Scrub Daddy commercial. Mama shows this to me. You're like, yeah, I mean, everything's going great. Yeah, hey kid, show this to all your fucking classmates. Hey Panther in Rhode Island, come here and show this to everybody. And they're just like, and we don't want to show it, Dad. We have to make new friends every year because we keep moving houses because the houses are getting smaller. We have to beg our friends to go over to their pool because we don't have a pool. Who buys $1 million house? That's all. So weird. So odd. So Schaub. Scrub Daddy. Oh, fucking the last time you seen a Scrub Daddy girl. I don't remember Scrub Daddy from Shark Tank. That creepy guy. Look at that deal, Lori. Yeah, she did. Scrub Daddy's still a thing, though. commercial, like I said, always a little grain of truth in his bullshit. But mostly just bullshit. But this was actually pretty funny. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. I just posted the Scrub Daddy commercial, which I did. I want to say I shot that maybe 4 months ago. I mean, I was on set literally probably 12 hours. You'll see me. I mean, it is, it's interesting. It's interesting. It is interesting. I mean, such a big shoot is crazy. It's crazy. It is crazy. It's fun one. Definitely get roasted for it. Scrub Daddy. The owner of Scrub Daddy's in it. You'll see him in there. It's yeah, you know, it's TV, it's stuff like that. What can you do? What can you do? Cameron, yo, check in from just a straight roof in Fort Worth. I don't think you play the commercial, right, Chick? No, I don't want to risk that. Yeah, I don't think so. Show, did you shoot more scenes than that, or did you know you were just the background character? I knew I was just a background character. Like I said, when I got to set, I was like, oh, I see what they're doing. Because even though, you know, we're basically background characters in this, like they went through a lot of stuff to get these people in this commercial. Like, oh, I see what they're doing. They're killing two birds, one stone because they're using people with big phones, big names, and they're putting in the background, so they repost it. I get what they're doing. Yeah, like if you go to my realtor, oh, here you go. I don't need that up now. If you go to my IG story, I didn't know too many people, but you'll see if you go to my IG story, Jim, my only friend on the set, to my story, I go to the story, technical difficulties, get my latest one, keep going, that one. Haley Deegan, she was my only friend there. So it was me and her. She had as much time as I did on set. Yeah, she's a little badass. Really good driver. Her brother's like a super smart. Yeah, she's super pretty. Her brother's a badass. The whole family's badass. Her dad started militia. Oh yeah. Yeah, super badass. She's a big deal. Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah, her dad's Brian Deegan, and then her. Yeah, she's a professional driver now. She's a little badass. Slovis says, is this the commercial we alluded to yesterday show? Yeah, man. Carlos, love the mongoose. So the mongoose is dope, right? I heard they're going out of, damn, good for Bisbee. That's badass, man. Well, we all can't be Bisbee. I made a cameo on a Scrub Daddy commercial. I was there for 12 hours, and I am in that video for literally 2 seconds. Real question, did they actually give you Scrub Daddy products to take home? No, but my wife does use them every day. When I told her, I'm like, yeah, I just got my Scrub Daddy commercial. She's like, what? I didn't know what they were. I'll be honest. She's like, we use them every day. Let's do it. And she's like, the commercial going, girl, I was 12 hours on the set. I shot all these takes. And they sent me the commercial yesterday. I was like, you know that meme that I came back? That was me yesterday, but they sent me the Scrub Daddy commercial. What are you going to do? Oh, Shasha, who had more screen time? Callan and Joker, Shop, and Scrub Daddy. Probably Callan and Joker. Alex Jordan. Philip, I get a brother welcome to the party. Don't worry, Damn, I'm standing in the kitchen next to some scrub daddies right now. Happy to have sports, my man. They pay me one time fee. I don't have any ownership in the company, nothing like that. I mean, dude, that TV shit, that commercial stuff, the amount of money they must have paid. I know what I got paid, and some of the other people. There has to be a better way to do it. You know, I feel like I could got more engagement if I shot my iPhone, especially with the people they have there. But to each its own. Brother Job heated that. He was barely in that scrub daddy commercial. So Shab had bragged about shooting this major commercial that's gonna be on TV. He's so jealous of his former handler, the big gay lion, Mark Harley. That's exactly why Shab was willing to even do the commercial. Because Shab used to shit on people for doing commercials, but Mark Harley stars in Super Bowl commercials. It goes on SNL, and Shab stands in the background. But here's the thing, I don't get that he's heated about Rich Rose, the lies. You know, I know how much I got paid. When he first said he was doing this commercial, claimed he was getting paid tens of thousands of dollars, and he was going to be starring in a commercial. That wasn't the case. That was never going to be the case whatsoever. But here's the thing, like, he knew that. He just, bullshitted everyone around him and stuff because on a daily basis, Shab has to justify his horseshit to everyone around him. They all see, hey, an amazing life in California to a fucking storage unit in Texas. But, like, in trying to get to the commercial, well, that was sad. Literally just standing in the background. But what did he think was going to happen? You don't say words properly, and when called out on it, go, I don't care. You think you're ever going to be in a Super Bowl commercial like Mark Harley if you can't even say Super Bowl? Fucking that. You say Super Bowl because you're dumb and an idiot. And you say every instead of every. You know what? And it's just truly Shabanese too. You're so stupid. You got your own language because it's not even like you've got an accent. It's not like you're from Colorado. But it's not even like you're from Colorado. Nobody says every. No one says Super Bowl. Like, it's the weirdest thing ever. And I don't even think it's CTE. I think he really is just redacted in every way, shape, and form. But he is so pissed off about that commercial. Seeing him stand back there with a fucking headband. Probably gonna hit on that chick. It wasn't happening in any way, shape, or form. What a loser. As he sits there in a fucking storage unit. Hey, chat. Hey, thank you for coming members. Can you donate me some money? So sad. So pathetic. So awful. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. Long Island Chalk Talk, when's the commercial shot come out? Dude, they told me mid-June, so I would get paid until it comes out, so hopefully soon. But they told me mid-June. I think I gotta look at the contract. I know it was around like June 15th to June 20th, so hopefully soon. Hopefully it's not late. But again, I'll shoot my part and then we'll see what happens. I can't control the editing. It should be cool though. I'm also not like a main character in it, but your boy's in it. El Nerdjob, now that you have a deep love for baseball because of your boys, do you wish you would have maybe played more yourself growing up? Not the, that's not the commercial I'm waiting for though. That's not the big one I shot in LA.
And I might be in that commercial for literally 5 seconds for the big one, but we'll see. I was told they're going to post it in June, but we'll see. I can't do any of that. I don't do anything with that. So hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. $1,000. You had no agent. Wow. A big commercial for a movie, $1,000. How? It's agent slave labor. Guys, you also had to make a phone at the same time. How? Did this $1,000 on my break for making iPhones? How did this happen? Why does Chin not even have a microphone? Get a microphone. What is the deal? Look, he has a mic sitting in front of him. It doesn't work. He doesn't turn it on. He has a mic, an earpiece, a Bluetooth. And he's doing something over there. A camera on him. Just over here, just chilling. That's unbelievable. Wow, Chin, that's cool. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, that is cool. I might try to one up. There's some chick I know. Your boy booked a national commercial. What? I come to LA next week. What is it? I can't tell you. Dude, I it's I fucking wish, dude. I would have led with it if it's Diet Coke. Will you be here on Tuesday? I get there Tuesday morning. I shoot all day Tuesday. I leave Wednesday at 5 a.m. Oh, jeez. Oh, no. That's my doing. They wanted to go later, but I got to get back from Tigers practice. Yeah. So, no. Yes, so pop on and record here. Yeah. Wow, that's wild. You're cool. I can't wait to tell you. Yeah, I can't wait to hear about it. Anyway, I was sick. Dude, I thought because I was on set all last week shooting a commercial. I was there from... I get a text from him. Dude, don't bother me. I'm on my way to LA. I'm doing a commercial. I'm an actor. Like this one. Dude, I was on set from 7 to 6. Barrel of laughs in. I thought about it, and I'll be in the commercial. Maybe 30 seconds. What's the commercial? I don't know if I can say. Big commercial. Big money. Okay. I mean, the easiest job I've ever had. It's a huge production, but now you're like, weird. I'm chilling. You wait around all day. Chilling. What did you have to do? Was there any acting? Oh, yeah. Acting in lines, but it was like still chilling. Yeah. Dude, I did a Nathan's hot dog commercial one time. And Brendan Schaub caught lying about the Scrub Daddy commercial. Yes, that was me. Yeah, Long Island shock jock from way back then asked to get that initial question about the commercial. And Schaub is such a pathological liar. But he lies on camera, so you can always go back to it. Alright, so let's go through this. So, he admits that he doesn't even get paid for the commercial until it comes out. And then he was hoping it was going to come out. That he was saying, I hope it comes out. I heard it on June 14th. It just came out, I guess, like 2 days ago. It's August. It's been 2 months later since that statement. So he just got that cool $500. But of course, when he was talking to Brian Callen about it on The Fighter and the Kid, he had to lie. And Callen was like, hey, you got lines? And Sean went, yeah, I got lines. But he contradicted himself and lied before and after that because he knew. Because he stated well before that commercial was ever going to come out. In 5 seconds. So he knew he didn't have any lines in that commercial. He had a one-shot it. He knew he just stood there like an idiot. And he had 0 lines and was only going to be in it for a couple of seconds in the background, but he just had to lie to Cal and yeah, got lines. And Cal was like, oh, you got paid? Sean's like,
repeat. Even though he did it because he had already admitted that he doesn't get paid till it comes out. This is mental illness that is shot. The dude just couldn't say, an extra spot in a commercial or shut up about it in general. I mean, that was nothing to brag about in any way, shape, or form. But I've noticed he's now going to try and get more commercial work. Because did you notice what he was babbling about there? He was like, there's other people in the commercial world out there, big social followers. I get what you're doing. Remember the last time Shaw went out to California and then out of nowhere started posting all of his quote unquote best of crap to his Facebook and then buying bots for it on Facebook? This happened like a week and a half ago. Out of nowhere for no reason. He's now trying to use that to get more commercial work in these commercials. Trying to be like, hey, guess what? I've got a following and get views. Don't look at my YouTube, but yeah, see my Facebook page. See there, hire me as an extra again, so I can stand in the background and look like a fucking idiot. And it's just so sad and so pathetic, and he's so jealous of Mark Harley. Mark Harley doesn't stand in the back, well, unless he's trying to pick up his wife's car. But other than that, no, he's up front in the commercials. He's the macho man. He's on SNL. They're in the back in a fucking headband, getting paid $500. And by the way, you paid to do that commercial because you flew yourself out there and shit. And then you also another weird life where you spent all week on set. And all bullshit. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. He's going to say this out loud. If he comes to LA and he doesn't do our podcast after he did that, I'm going to find him. I'm finally going to find him. You guys always want to know who's going to win. You're going to find out. Yeah. If he comes in, then you'll me and him are fighting. Yeah, I'm going to be. I'll take it personally. Yeah, we'll tag team him. Yeah. But interesting how powerful Rogan is. We can name that too. If you have that too. If I
I know he has a vibe outside of Florida. And it was me, Joe Rogan, and Eric Weinstein. We ate via most of the mothership. It's great. Energy. Just so you know, I was supposed to surprise you on Friday. Dude. Really? I bought a ticket on Southwest and Florida, bro. I was surprised. SAT. Damn, bro. Brian, congrats. Special. Amazing. Appreciate it, guys. Love you guys. That's it, kids. This is the Fire the Kid. My power shut off. We're out.
These past few weeks have been a very interesting time for the OG Rogan sphere, which was the first group of comedians that Joe Rogan would push to his fan base that were also his close friends. Because not only have they not been completely replaced by way better comics, but it does seem like Joe has finally realized how insane it was what he did to comedy by making everyone think that anyone could become a stand-up comedian. And ever since last year, after Cat Williams called him out by basically saying that Joe always pushes the same unfunny comedians every time on a podcast episode with over 87 million views that everyone was talking about. Ever since then, Joe has been really trying to distance himself from those comedians. In this case, we'll focus on Brendan Schaub and the Fighter and the Kid podcast because for the past couple of years, Brendan Schaub has been trying to rewrite the narrative and come up with excuses to explain why he's not at the mothership hanging out with Joe and all of his comedy buddies when his own best friend and co-host is out there without him. But also because technically this channel was born from that whole drama between Bobby Lee, Kalila, and Brendan Schaub, it has become somewhat of a tradition to check in on the podcast and see how they're doing. And so I highly recommend you watch the entire video. But let's get started.
You were in Austin, missed all this. Yes, it's very smart. But you were in Austin at the mothership, shooting your special. Yes. A lot of people came out. Theo came on here. Mark Norman, the stage up. Mark Norman. Yeah, Theo jumped on. I was laughing so hard. I couldn't even bring me up on Friday for my warm-up sets. And he's his new stand-up. I was laughing. I'm up in the balcony. I had to go do my thing. I'm just laughing so hard. And, he's got his own unique rhythm. Of course, such an original. He's just an original stand. His comedy's out of its mind.
How did that feel for you to be around that? Because even years ago, you weren't really, because you've been doing so long, you were around the club scene.
I'm old. But now, being around that, doing what I did at that mothership, those crowds, I put a little power out there.
What did I take you?
Yeah.
What did I take you?
You said you gotta get there.
You let these motherfuckers know.
Yeah.
You almost forgot. It pisses me off.
Yeah. You did. You said show these who you are.
Yeah,
Remind them.
Remind me. You almost forgot.
Yeah.
He just hasn't been around the clubs like you.
Yeah.
But if you want to go toe to toe, I don't care who you are. The mothership, Top Store, Improv. You want to go toe to toe with Brian Callen? Good luck. And you're lucky because he hasn't been coming around because he's been busy doing a lot of building. But when he shows up, y'all must have forgotten. And I told you, remind them. Yeah. And that, we'll figure it out. But for what you're doing, you have to be the button. You have to be the button.
I think I do.
I don't know if it's moving foot. I don't know. But you have to be in that zeitgeist. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm different.
I will get you there.
I don't know. You can figure it out.
Yeah.
But you need to be there.
Yeah.
I think you have to, for where you're at in your career, you deserve
Rogan said that.
You deserve to be there.
Yeah, Rogan said that.
Because and it's no one's fault. It's not like people are like, yeah, Brian Callen. No.
Now, when it comes to the Fighter and the Kid, the podcast, there's so much to talk about. The more goes deep, but we'll try to stay on track and really focus again on Brendan Schaub being in denial and trying to paint this viral narrative that because somehow he is different than Brian Callen, he doesn't need the comedy scene or other comedians to be successful like Callen does, which is absolutely insane. And to me, it's clearly Brendan trying to make it seem like it was his choice to not be part of the new comedy scene in Austin, and it wasn't that he wasn't invited or given the green light to move there. And very likely the same thing happened with Brian Callen because even though Callen has been on the Joe Rogan podcast multiple times ever since his cancellation, he hasn't been performing at the mothership until recently when he shot his comedy special. And so it makes you wonder if that was because of the cancellation of the accusations, or maybe it was because Brian Callen was also involved in the whole Bobby Lee drama. Keep in mind that back when that happened, according to Schaub and Bobby Lee, Callen because in his mind, he was defending Brendan Schaub from Bobby Lee. And so once again, not only was the friendship ruined, but also Kevin was essentially exposed for being a bully.
But I found it to be extremely traumatic in the sense that if it was somebody that I didn't know, that'd be one thing. But Brian and I have had a very long relationship. 20 years? Yeah, a long time. I've been to his house for Super Bowl parties. We were on the same show together, not at the same time, but he's a Mad TV alumni as well as I am. And him and I have been really kindred spirits. So when you guys called, it was you and Brian, and you said that that you guys, my career was going to be over. That you guys have evidence, you know what I mean? That I'm some Reddit mastermind, and you have files, and that you were gonna expose me to Rogan and all these people, and then I should get a lawyer, and that this is what you told me, and it also just, mind you, it was at a level 10 of rage. It wasn't like a soft-spoken, yeah, it was extreme, you know what I mean? Threats, and then you called Kalila things I don't even want to mention.
Once again, even though according to Brendan Schaub, the reason why Calvin is not as successful as other comedians are at the moment, it's not because of all the drama that he dragged him into, like with Bobby Lee and Ariel Helwani, and instead it was because he was dealing with his cancellation back then, which, of course, that was a big part of it. So we have talked about this in the past, and included the show at the episodes back then. When Calvin first came back to the show after getting canceled and being gone for a while, the audience, the fan base actually responded very positively, and the episodes were played very well for a while without getting that many dislikes, which is usually a very good sign. And so it wasn't until Brendan completely lost his mind and decided to start beefs with Ariel Helwani and then the infamous Bobby Lee drama, which was a massive hit to the reputation, not only within the fan base, but also with the rest of the stand-up community. And so technically you could say that being associated with Brendan Schaub is way worse for a comic's reputation than an actual essay accusation. I'm just kidding, but once again, that whole drama was a massive reason why a lot of the people outside of comedy started paying attention to Brendan Schaub and realized how hateable he was. And so it is funny that Schaub completely forgets that he dragged Brian Callen into a pointless fight, and instead he still blames the Me Too movement and cancel culture from back in the day.
It drives me nuts. Nuts. That Brian's at where he's at. I will challenge anyone, any comic, to go on stage after Callen. I challenge any comics. I don't give a f. If it's the Comedy Store, if we're with Zanies, wherever they're at, and you're telling me Brian's not better than 99% of those comics, it drives me nuts that he's not up there with those guys. He should. Well, this is kind of a comeback where, everybody's been treated like shit. We've all been told we're racist. We've all been told we're inseparable. We've all been told we're all these things. I'm going to have a very different perspective because one of my closest friends, my brother has gone through, not to this degree, but it took everything from him.
But now that Brendan is realizing that he made everyone hate him, and they're now starting to let Callen back into the club, I'm pretty sure he doesn't like that, and the coping is absolutely insane because even though Schaub wants to make it sound like he actually cares about Brian's career and that he wants him to move out to Austin without him, even if it means the podcast potentially ending, he knows it's not that simple, and it's not really up to Brian because I think the way that it works is that Joe Rogan obviously has to invite you and give you some sort of confirmation that you will have spots at the mothership, because otherwise, if you move out there with no confirmation, then you become one of many other comedians that are fighting for spots at the mothership without really having too many other options. Now, I could be wrong, and maybe Joe has already invited Callen and Brendan Schaub to move to Austin and perform at the mothership, but I doubt it because to me, it looks like Joe Rogan is only trying to let Brian Callen back into the club or potentially make him a part of the Rogan sphere. But when it comes to Brendan, I don't think Joe is ready yet to let him back into the Rogan sphere because to me, it doesn't make any sense that if Brendan Schaub was actually invited, that he would actually choose to not go to dinner with Joe and Brian and to miss a pretty big night for his best friend, Callen. By the way, don't forget to like the video. It helps out so much, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Just so you know, I that was supposed to surprise you on Friday. Dude, really? I bought a ticket on Southwest. If you want to go, I say AG. Damn, bro. But then, damn, AG was there. Yeah, of course. I was taking everyone. I texted Rogan. I'm like, how Brian do? You got it. Needs this, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, he crushed it. The first one, I think they don't, shoot a second. And he's like, yes. I asked him to talk to Nick. Yeah, he's a good crusher hard. He's crushed. Yeah, I think that second show, I did that. I've ever done in my life. I think I heard you exaggerate, but I've heard from multiple sources. Yeah. It just was like, yeah, it was nuts. It was honestly nuts. That was the mothership. It's great. It was energy. Just energy. And I miss the hang. I got Tommy Pope, Mr. Hang. Yeah, like that's your friend. Yeah, Tommy Pope. He's in Shane's. It was like he's on that. I think he's on that show Tires. Funny dude from Philly. Okay. Irish Thai guy. Just a guy who I can hang and talk with. It was him, a bunch of other guys I just met. Is the UFC going to be held? Yes.
Bye bye.
Miss Aquarius, thank you so much for being so calm when you come in. I really appreciate it because I would have jumped if you would have screamed at me. How was your day?
I know you're telling me not to do it.
Yes,
I don't
ma'am.
be trying to be excited, but tell me to be calm now. It's good. I'm just got the. It's just being the paint and all that. It drains and is a draining. So I got to get up tomorrow and do what I got to do. It's just draining.
All right.
Draining.
Does it smell?
So,
Does it smell like paint? Does it smell like paint?
No, his room is like calmed down a little bit, but it's still, he had more. When I say he got different paint than I do. So it's a little bit more. It was loud on Wednesday, but it's not as loud. You can still smell it, but it's not as loud. But it's not in my room. It's in his room.
Okay.
Yeah. What I'm saying is just me trying to get stuff out these drawers and organize is just a lot because it's just still draining. So I got to do it tomorrow. I got to get myself together and get motivated.
All right.
Right.
Well,
So we got stuff to do. We got a lot to do. Hopefully we'll get everything together. Hopefully she'll get some furniture done by next month. We'll get some furniture or whatever going on. But hey, we gonna get it. It's gonna take time, but we gonna get it together.
absolutely.
Cause I get my desk at the last time I get my desk, and then that'll be the last thing I get, and then hopefully I can get my laptop or whatever. So that'll be the last resort, though. That's gonna be the last resort. That'll be a minute. So main thing is trying to organize, get decorated in my room, like put the picture back up, get this dresser, get another dresser, get me another bed. It's just stuff we gotta do, and then get that stuff out of his room, and you know what I'm saying. So that's the main goal to get, and that's a lot. So yeah, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna get it together.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm ready to play whenever you are.
You have an invitation, madam.
Yeah. I get to play with Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am.
Yay.
Yay is correct.
There we go.
Boom.
Almost difficult.
She starts off with a split.
Difficult split.
Folks, she starts off with the
That
split.
one. Get it, Rabbi. You get it.
Oh,
Strike it,
for
strike
sure.
it, strike it.
No doubt. I mean, I know I say this. They should not even make me do it because I'm just going to show that was terrible. That's all right, though. I wasn't in my normal position. All right, now I am. All right, we're tied. Tony and I did a 2-hour podcast earlier today. It was good. And he was in here a lot. So was Reverend Andrew and some other people. And I connected with two.
Yeah, Tony added me as a friend because I was like, I don't know. But I accepted him after a while.
Yeah, he's okay.
Right. Yeah, he added me.
and I got 2 emails from people who are interested in having me on their podcast this week, maybe. And that's good because I don't have that many lined up. I only have 1 lined up this week, which is okay. I really wasn't that sad about it because it'll give me a chance to. I was going like a lot, and I wanted a chance to maybe get some other ones scheduled. So um, that's good. Nice spare. And
Here.
I've got some articles to publish, and
Ooh, phenomenal trike.
thank you, and 2 press releases to
Mhm.
publish for Tony and my podcast project. It's basically we are going through Wikipedia and this other website of which I'm aware, and it like talks about events of the future, like oh,
Ooh, that was good.
nice spare. Oh man, that was great. And
That was real good. Okay.
yeah, that was amazing. And so he and I are going through, and it took us an hour to do 1 year and another hour to do another year. We did a 2-hour podcast, but in the future, it shouldn't take all that much. The further into the future we go, the less time perhaps it'll take. So look at you with a spare, Miss Aquarius. Get this and put it out of reach. Put it out of reach, girl. Get a strike. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it.
No, you got it.
That's
you
all
got
right.
It, you got
That's all right. You got 80.
it. Yeah. Tell Rabbi, get it, get it, get it.
Not good. Not what we wanted.
Oh, you passed me though. You leaving now. Good job.
Thank you, madam.
Mm.
Oh man. You and I win. You win. Reload.
Reload. Hold on, I gotta tie my scarf and then I accept in just a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
5 seconds. This is stupid.
You've got this. You've got this. You've
I
got
got
this.
this.
You got this. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. I said no doubt. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt.
I got it.
No doubt. No doubt. No doubt.
Let's go.
No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt.
Ooh, almost.
All but one. I know you're going to get this, so I don't think they should even make you do it. I think it should just be an automatic. They just give it to you. See? See? That's obvious. That is obvious that was going to happen. No doubt.
Good job.
Thank you, madam. There was no doubt. We're like Gwen Stefani. No doubt. You can get this.
He's doing boy. That's the boy in Chill Boy, right? With me and my friend Jody. And he wants to say the N-word. So
he won't say the N-word,
right? And that's how he ignorant, right? So he gonna get on the camera just now. I saw him. I'm on different. So I see him flashing the other thing or whatever. Said, "Mute him, please." Ain't nobody finna mute you. Mute you for what? So you can say it again. You can say it however you want to. Yeah, you can say it however you want to, but we're not gonna hear you say it.
Word, girl.
I'm about to unmute him. Ain't nobody finna mute you. That's ignorant. He just ignorant. That's all I tell him when they say it. You ignorant for saying it. So
that's exactly
so
right.
How you say it.
That's exactly right. Oh no.
No, he's ignorant. Ignorant. That's all I told him. He's ignorant.
Ain't nobody got time.
I said it's just nothing but ignorance. That's all.
Ain't nobody
coming out their mouth.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Nope. Ain't nobody got time. And he gonna sit there and flash his other phone talking about some mute him. Ain't nobody finna mute you. I ain't gonna show ain't.
Exactly. It is ignorant.
Yeah, that's
Ever since I was a little kid, I couldn't stand that kind of behavior. It
right.
it hurts me. And just how
They
people.
say, my auntie said that Mississippi, I think she said Mississippi, Tennessee, they get bad. My people like us, African Americans, are getting backlash too. They still acting up down there. I'm like, what? Saying, yep, they still acting up, treating us like, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Like this is 2026.
Strike.
Yay! Look at me.
Look
Thank
at you. I saw a thing that I don't know what the explanation is, but they've been finding people hanging from trees. It's very, very sad.
Yeah,
Like, what's going on?
very sad.
Get it.
Yeah.
All right, Miss Aquarius, you might have this one.
No, now you got it. Get the strike. Strike.
Nope, it's over. You won. I can't get you. Let's get a good spare. Oh,
Yeah.
wow!
Good job.
I'll take it. I'll take that spare. That was fortunate. But I still can't get you. Miss Aquarius, I still
That's
can't
right.
get you. Miss Aquarius
That's
wins.
okay. You did
I
good.
win. I win. Miss Aquarius wins. Undefeated in bowling.
Yeah.
Undefeated in friendship.
Still. Yeah, you did a good job.
Not as good as you did, though, man. Great job.
We both win.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, are you going to bed? Or are you going to hang out in chill bar?
I'm just gonna hang out a little bit and chill, but I got it because I got you on the phone. I went over there by accident on my iPad, so I'm gonna switch over after a while.
Have you been in Socialize anytime recently?
You know I don't go. You know my cousin ain't going over there. If you ain't over there, I'm not going over there no more. Remember? Ever since they said that they called me a pedophile, not going over there. Remember?
Okay, I just asked. Sometimes,
I
things
left it.
change.
I left that damn server. Rabbi, I told your ass I wasn't going over there until you go over there. If you go over there, then I go back over there. But it's gonna be on my other account. I'm not going over there. Now I changed that name. I'm not going over there with this account no more. Fuck that. Somebody else said that they was mean to him last time over there. They said they had to leave. A lot of people said they left over there from there. Cause there's just too many youngins over there. They're disrespectful.
Yeah, and there's no way to really defend yourself if they make those accusations.
Exactly. And I'm not doing that. When you call me that, I'm done. I'm out. You sure did run me off, and that was a good way to run me off. Cause I don't play like that. So yeah, I don't mess with that. Chill bar better. I don't like socialize. There's too many youngins and I ain't got time. So, yeah. If you're not a rabbi, you been over there?
No, I haven't been in Socialize in like 6 months.
Yeah, I'm not going back over there. Like I said, if you're not over there, I'm not going over there. They ran me off. I'm good. I don't play like that. You're not gonna sit up and call me a pedophile and I think I'm finna be okay with it? Nope. Yeah, I'm done with it. If you're not over there, Rabbi, I'm not going. I'm for real. So I'm on chill bar now. You're not going back over there either, huh?
I don't have any intentions to.
Shit, you see what they did to your friend here. So you shouldn't go over there.
What did they do to whom?
To me, I'm your friend.
Oh, yeah. No, of course. I thought you were talking about somebody else.
No, I said you see what they did to your friend here, which is me.
Yeah, no, I get that. I thought you meant somebody else in the server. I was like, I don't know what.
Well, there ain't nobody over there. I think Daisy was in chill bar, but that was a while ago, so he ain't over here no more.
Have you seen him anywhere?
Nope, he ain't been on either. So if I do, I tell him to come over here, Rabbi. Want you to stop by.
Yeah, we miss him. Need
Yeah,
an
tell him
update.
we miss you and everybody wants you to stop by.
I
Yeah,
talked about him in an
sure
interview.
is.
I talked about him in an interview that I did on Thursday. Not specifically, but I was asked the question, what are your thoughts on people who are using AI for relationships? And I was like, well, actually, this person I know in my server published an app that was like have an AI.
Girlfriend or boyfriend. And I think that that
Mhm.
might have a future. Not that I want it, but that might be a future for some people.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Right.
All right, Mr. Aquarius.
I will see you later. Sweet dreams if I don't talk to you.
God willing, sweet dreams
But
to you
I'll
as
be
well.
over here.
Absolutely.
At with sweet dreams.
Excellent.
Trucks up? Yep. You're making for me. I love you, God. You're kissing me. Wow. I know. But yeah, the one thing is Saturday night at my place to watch that 311. That's card stacked.
Once again, maybe it is a case that he was supposed to surprise Brian Callen at the mothership, which it would have been a surprise, but not for the reasons that he did. I mean, for Calvin, I don't think it would have been a big deal, but I don't know how everyone else would have felt if Brennan Schaub was at the club, because I don't think that Brennan Schaub not being at the club or not getting invited.
Who's Scorpion that is?
Every day is a wonderful day for Scrub Daddy. Every day is a wonderful day to clean. Dr. Daddy, we have a real mess in here.
I live for messes. Talk to me. Your boy, I shot a commercial in LA, right? 2 months ago, maybe 3 months. Maybe 3 months ago. Big production. I mean, I'm talking this thing. Big one. Big one. I get to set. Dang, this is like old school Hollywood. They spent millions on this thing. Millions. I'm seeing people around the set, like, oh, I know what they're doing. Just a commercial. It's like a social media, be on TV commercial, right? And then I see people that I know, not like buddies, not in my circle, but just like people with big followings, famous people. I'm like, oh. Your boy, I shot a commercial in LA, right? 2 months ago, maybe 3 months. Maybe 3 months ago. Big production. I mean, I'm talking this thing. Big one. Big one. I get to set. Dang, this is like old school Hollywood. They spent millions on this thing. Millions. I'm seeing people around the set, like, oh, I know what they're doing. Just a commercial. It's like a social media, be on TV commercial, right? And then I see people that I know, not like buddies, not in my circle, just like people with big followings, famous people. I'm like, oh, I know what they're doing. They're putting these people in the ads because then they'll reach and they have massive followings. That's how I get it. It's not because we can act. They just basically 2 for 1. They're paying you in the commercial, but then also they get your social media. It makes all the sense. I got a brother said to me, oh, buddy. I'll leave it at that. Oh, buddy. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. You guys will see. You'll see. I think it would do better if they let me post the behind the scenes content. I think that would crush. Yeah, the ad is interesting. Not my cup of tea, but the ad's interesting. We'll get to it. You guys see it. I'll get roasted for it. Even though I'm not really in it. So you'll see. You'll see.
It's a wonderful day for Scrub Daddy. Every day is a wonderful day to clean.
What's up, Scrub Daddy? Yeah, I just posted Scrub Daddy commercial, which I want to say I shot that 4 months ago. I mean, I was on set literally right 12 hours. You'll see me. I mean, it is, it's interesting. It's interesting. It is interesting. I mean, such a big shoot. It's crazy. It's crazy. It is crazy. It's fun. Definitely get roasted for it. Scrub Daddy. The owner of Scrub Daddy's in it. You'll see him in there. It's yeah, it's TV, it's stuff like that. What can you do? What can you do? Cameron, check in from Roof. Check in from just a straight Roof in Fort Worth. I don't think you play the commercial, right, Chin? Yeah, I don't think so. Did you shoot more scenes than that, or did you know you're just the background character? I knew I was just a background character. Like I said, when I got to set, I was like, oh, I see what they're doing. Because even though, we're basically background characters in this, like they went through a lot of stuff to get these people in this commercial. Like, oh, I see what they're doing. They're killing two birds, one stone because they're using people with big phones, big names, and they're doing the backgrounds. They repost it. I get what they're doing. Yeah, like if you go to my real channel. Oh, yeah, you're good. I don't need that.
What's up, Sroger? Sroger, how you living? Hello? Can you hear me? Big Sroger.
Many people, but you'll see if you go to my IG story, Jim. My only friend on the set. To my story, I go to the story. Technical difficulties. I can get my latest one. Keep going. That one. Haley D. She was my only friend there. So it was me and her. She had as much time as I did on set. Yeah, she's a little badass. Really good driver. Her brother's like a super smart. Yeah, she's super pretty. Her brother's a badass. The whole family's badass. Her dad started militia. Yeah, super badass. She's a great team. Yeah, holy shit. Yeah, her dad's Ron Deegan, and then her, she's a professional driver now. She's a little badass. Slowfit says, is this the commercial we're alluding to yesterday? Yeah, man. Clam cocktail. AB sending Gary some Scrub Daddy. He does all that dishes in his house. Yeah, right. The Shay Show. Was your hair real? Yeah, I think so. Pretty sure it is. Omar, damn, I'm standing in the kitchen next to some Scrub Daddies right now. I'm really supporting you, man. Dude, they pay me one time fee. I don't have any ownership in the company, nothing like that. I mean, dude, that TV shit, that commercial stuff that I don't know, that must have paid. I know what I got paid. jump from switching with the people out there. But to each its own. Well, don't get me this, big. I made a cameo in a Scrub Daddy commercial. I was there for 12 hours, and I am in that video for literally 2 seconds. Omar, Scrub Daddy has to all out, man. I'm not here to take over your Scrub Daddy. Ooh, Shasha, who had more screen time, Calvin, Joker, Shop, and Scrub Daddy? Probably Calvin and Joker. Shasha, real question. They actually give you Scrub Daddy products to take home? No, but my wife does use it every day. When I told her I'm like, yeah, she got one for a Scrub Daddy commercial. She's like, what? I didn't know what they were. I'll be honest. She's like, yeah, we use them every day. Let's do it. And she'll tell the commercial, go, girl, I was 12 hours on the set. I shot all these takes. And they sent me the commercial yesterday. You know that meme that I can, like, that was me yesterday, but they sent me the Scrub Daddy commercial. What are you going to do?
Well, there it is. After months of Papa hyping this thing up and talking about how it was this massive Hollywood production with millions and millions of dollars behind it, the Scrub Daddy commercial has finally dropped. And honestly, the funniest part wasn't even the commercial. It was Brandon trying to get ahead of the jokes before anyone had even seen it. Like every couple of minutes, he's saying, "I'll get roasted." It's almost like he already knew exactly how this was going to go. I also love how he casually puts himself in the same category as all these celebrities and influencers with massive followings. Apparently, they were all there because of their audiences. And of course, Brandon Schwab includes himself in that group. Then the commercial finally plays, and after spending around 12 hours on set, Brendan's grand appearance lasts about 2 seconds. You get one awkward little wave at the camera, another blink and you'll miss his side profile shot. And that's it. Then somehow he follows that up by saying they probably would have got more engagement if they just filmed it on an iPhone. That is such a Papa thing to say. Every project somehow ends with him explaining how he would have done it better. There were a couple of classic moments in there as well. At one point, he randomly asks, "Chin, where are you going?" Then he starts looking up into the sky as if Chin had just floated off into space. Then someone asks if his hair is real, and he replies, "Yeah, I think so." "You think so?" Then right at the end, he tells a story about showing the commercial to his wife. Judging by the way he tells it, he was met with nothing more than a blank stare when she realized his role in the commercial was basically a 2-second cameo. Honestly, I think that sums the whole thing up perfectly. So yeah, anyway, let me know what you think in the comments.
against the purple-clad Colorado Rockies. The first pitch is to the deep right. It is out to left. Bunch of clips, you're doing a bunch of clips, so many clips. Chin wouldn't know a clip if it do punch my penis.
I told him from the beginning, I'm not doing clips. I'm not doing social media, and I'm not doing clips.
Clips doesn't edit. I can't even get out of the fucking sweatshirt.
I have to edit, Marcus. Even this is not this show.
Guy can't even get out.
Say it here. You think it was funny?
I was intently listening and them bickering.
Pissed.
Yeah, tell me about my fancy weekend. Also, BLT's thing.
I have a question about that too.
No, hold on first.
I had a thought about we were talking about the group chats of the Bennies and the steaks or whatever. I thought of like a sketch idea where like a wife keeps like, or you see shots of like you looking at your phone aggressively, like kind of like you're just seeing your face, and then your wife walks in, you're like, oh, put it away, and we're like, I'm gonna time for dinner, and you're just like on your phone constantly, and she's just like convinced you're cheating. Everything points to you're cheating, and then she finally like checks your phone, and it's just the ex-Benny chat, but it's filmed like a kind of a horror movie, and we get kind of a Sixth Sense type reveal at the end. It's just the group chat with snakes and the BLTs and Bennies.
Speaking of which, I'll never do it, but that's why you burn it here.
Exactly.
Speaking of which, the clip about the steaks totally reignited the steaks chat. Oh my god! Look at that! Whoa! Look at that! A lot of steaks. What? We're back. We're so back. A lot of steaks. Anyways, now I'm open to questions about the BLTs. Chair me first.
Yeah, so for me, obviously a BLT is the same except for the bread, typically, right? That's how I see it.
Yeah, I mean,
To me,
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
okay, so but the classic, to me, the best tasting one is just a simple white bread. You know, just like, you make at home when you're younger, or your parents would make you at home, just like a white, like a Wonder Bread. But what did you have? I'm sure you just like advanced that like crazy, right?
I mean, yes, but no. I'm doing a bunch of clips. You're doing a bunch of clips. So many clips. Chen wouldn't know a clip if it punch my penis.
I told him from the beginning, I'm not doing clips. I'm not doing social media, and I'm not doing clips.
The clips doesn't edit. I can't even get out of a fucking sweatshirt.
I have to edit, Marcus. Even this is not this show.
Guy can't even get out.
Say it here. You think it was funny?
I was intently listening and them bickering.
Whatever, dude. I'm pissed.
Yeah, tell me about my fancy weekend. Also, the BLT's thing.
I have a question about that too.
Now, go on first.
I had a thought about we were talking about the group chats of the Bennies and the steaks or whatever. I thought of like a sketch idea where like a wife keeps like, or you just see shots of like you looking at your phone aggressively, like kind of like you're just seeing your face, and then your wife walks in, you're like, oh, put it away, and we're like, I'm gonna time for dinner, and you're just like on your phone constantly, and she's just like convinced you're cheating. Everything points to you're cheating, and then she finally like checks your phone, and it's just the ex-Benny chat, but it's filmed like a kind of a horror movie, and we get kind of a Sixth Sense type reveal at the end. It's just the group chat with snakes and the BLTs and Bennies.
Speaking of which, I'll never do it, but that's why you burn it here.
Exactly.
Speaking of which, the clip about the steaks totally reignited the steaks chat.
Oh my god!
Look at that! Whoa! Look at that! A lot of steaks. What? We're back. We're so back.
A lot of steaks.
Anyways, now I'm open to questions about the BLTs. Chair me first.
Yeah, so for me, obviously a BLT is the same except for the bread, typically, right? That's how I see it.
Yeah, I mean,
To me,
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
okay, so but the classic, to me, the best tasting one is just a simple
white bread, just like you bake at home when you're younger, or your parents would make you at home, just like a Wonder Bread. But what did you have? I'm sure you just like advanced that like crazy, right? I mean, and yes, but I'm doing a bunch of clips. You're doing a bunch of pro-selling clips. Chan wouldn't know a clip if it put parchment in front of us. I told him from the beginning, I'm not doing clips. I'm not a clip. I'm not doing social media, and I'm not doing clips. Your clips doesn't edit. I can't even get out of a fucking sweatshirt. I have to edit, Marcus. This is not this show. What is that? Guy can't even get out of fucking sweatshirt. I was intently listening on them bickering. Whatever. Because yeah, tell more about my fancy weekend. Also, the BLTs thing. We have a question about that too. Now I'm going first. I had a thought about we were talking about the group chats of the Betties and the steaks or whatever. I thought of like a sketch idea where like a wife keeps like where you see shots of like you looking at your phone aggressively, like kind of like you're just seeing your face, and then your wife walks in, you're like, put it away, and we're like, I'm putting time for dinner, and you're just like on your phone constantly, and she's just like convinced you're cheating. Everything points to you're cheating, and then she finally like checks your phone, and it's just the ex-Betty chat, but it's filmed like a kind of a horror movie, and we get kind of a Sixth Sense type reveal at the end. It's just the group chat with the snakes and the BLTs and ex-Betties. Speaking of which, I'll never do it, but that's why you burn it here. Exactly. Speaking of which, the clip about the steaks totally reignited the steaks chat. Oh my god! Look at that! Whoa! Look at that! A lot of steaks. What? We're back. We're so back. A lot of steaks. Anyways, now I'm open to questions about the BLTs. Chan, you first. Yeah. So for me, obviously a BLT is the same except for the bread, typically, right? That's how I see it. Yeah, I mean, to me, yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Okay, so the classic, to me, the best tasting one is just a simple white bread. Just like you bake at home when you're younger, or your parents would make you at home, just like a Wonder Bread. But what did you have? I'm sure you just like advanced that like crazy, right? I mean, and yes, but the classic, I'm doing a bunch of clips. You're doing a bunch of pro-selling clips. Chan wouldn't know a clip if it put parchment in a penis. I told him from the beginning, I'm not doing clips. I'm not a clip. I'm not doing social media, and I'm not doing clips. Your clips doesn't edit. I can't even get out of a fucking sweatshirt. I have to edit, Marcus. This is not this show. Guy can't even get out of fucking sweatshirt. I was intently listening on them bickering. Whatever. Because yeah, tell more about my fancy weekend. Also, the BLTs thing. We have a question about that too. Now I'm going first. I had a thought about we were talking about the group chats of the Betties and the steaks or whatever. I thought of like a sketch idea where like a wife keeps like where you see shots of like you looking at your phone aggressively, like kind of like you're just seeing your face, and then your wife walks in, you're like, put it away, and we're like, I'm putting time for dinner, and you're just like on your phone constantly, and she's just like convinced you're cheating. Everything points to you're cheating, and then she finally like checks your phone, and it's just the ex-Betty chat, but it's filmed like a kind of a horror movie, and we get kind of a Sixth Sense type reveal at the end. It's just the group chat with snakes and the BLTs and ex-Betties. Speaking of which, I'll never do it, but that's why you burn it here. Exactly. Speaking of which, the clip about the steaks totally reignited the steaks chat. Oh my god! Look at that! Whoa! Look at that! A lot of steaks. What? We're back. We're so back. A lot of steaks. Anyways, now I'm open to questions about the BLTs. Chan, you first. Yeah. So for me, obviously a BLT is the same except for the bread, typically, right? That's how I see it. Yeah, I mean, to me, yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Okay, so but the classic, to me, the best tasting one is just a simple white bread. Just like you bake at home when you're younger, or your parents would make you at home, just like a Wonder Bread. But what did you have? I'm sure you just like advanced that like crazy, right? I mean, and yes, but the classic, I'm doing a bunch of clips. You're doing a bunch of clips. So many clips. Chan wouldn't know a clip if it punched him in the penis. I told him from the beginning, I'm not doing clips. I'm not a clip. I'm not doing social media, and I'm not doing clips. Doesn't do clips. Doesn't edit. I can't even get out of a fucking sweatshirt. I have to edit, Marcus. This is not this show. What is that? Guy can't even get out of fucking sweatshirt. You didn't think it was fun. I was intently listening and them bickering. Whatever. I'm pissed. Yeah, tell more about my fancy weekend. The BLTs thing. I have a question about that too. No, first. I had a thought about we were talking about the group chats of the Bennies and the steaks or whatever. I thought of like a sketch idea where like a wife keeps like, or you just see shots of like you looking at your phone aggressively, like wow, that's good. Like kind of like you're just seeing your face, and then your wife walks in, you're like, oh, put it away, and we're like, I'm gonna be time for dinner, and you're just like on your phone constantly, and she's just like convinced you're cheating on you. Everything points to you're cheating, and then she finally like checks your phone, and it's just the ex-Benny chat, but it's filmed like a kind of a horror movie, and we get kind of a Sixth Sense type reveal at the end. It's just the group chat for the snakes and the BLTs and the ex-Bennies. Speaking of which, I'll never do it, but well, that's why you burn it here. Exactly. Speaking of which, the clip about the steaks totally reignited the steaks chat. Oh my god! Whoa! A lot of steaks. What? We're back. We're so back. A lot of steaks. Anyways, now I'm open to questions about the BLTs. Chan, you first. Yeah. So for me, obviously a BLT is the same except for the bread, typically, right? That's how I see it. Yeah, I mean, to me, yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Okay, so but the classic, to me, the best tasting one is just a simple white bread. You know, just like, you bake at home when you're younger, or your parents would make you at home, just like a white, like a Wonder Bread. But what did you have? I'm sure they just like advanced that like crazy, right? I mean, and yes, but classic, I'm doing a bunch of clips. You're doing a bunch of clips. So many clips. Chan wouldn't know a clip if it punched him in the penis. I told him from the beginning, I'm not doing clips. I'm not a clip. I'm not doing social media, and I'm not doing clips. Doesn't do clips. Doesn't edit. I can't even get out of a fucking sweatshirt. I have to edit, Marcus. This is not this show. Guy can't even get out of fucking sweatshirt. You didn't think it was funny. I was intently listening and them bickering. Whatever. I'm pissed. Yeah, tell more about my fancy weekend. The BLTs thing. I have a question about that too. Now I'm going first. I had a thought about we were talking about the group chats of the Bennies and the steaks or whatever. I thought of like a sketch idea where like a wife keeps like, or you just see shots of like you looking at your phone aggressively, like wow, that's good, right? Like kind of like you're just seeing your face, and then your wife walks in, you're like, oh, put it away, and we're like, I'm gonna be time for dinner, and you're just like on your phone constantly, and she's just like convinced you're cheating on you. Everything points to you're cheating, and then she finally like checks your phone, and it's just the ex-Benny chat, but it's filmed like a kind of a horror movie, and we get kind of a Sixth Sense type reveal at the end. It's just the group chat for the snakes and the BLTs and the ex-Bennies. Speaking of which, I'll never do it, but well, that's why you burn it here. Exactly. Speaking of which, the clip about the steaks totally reignited the steaks chat. Oh my god! Look at that. Whoa! A lot of steaks. What? We're back. We're so back. A lot of steaks. Anyways, now I'm open to questions about the BLTs. Chan, you first. Yeah. So for me, obviously a BLT is the same except for the bread, typically, right? That's how I see it. Yeah, I mean, to me, yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Okay, so but the classic, to me, the best tasting one is just a simple white bread. You know, just like you bake at home when you're younger, or your parents would make you at home, just like a white, like a Wonder Bread. But what did you have? I'm sure they just like advanced that like crazy, right? I mean, and yes, but classic. I'm doing a bunch of clips. You're doing a bunch of clips. So many clips. Chan wouldn't know a clip if it punched him in the penis. I told him from the beginning, I'm not doing clips. I'm not a clip. I'm not doing social media, and I'm not doing clips. Doesn't do clips. Doesn't edit. I can't even get out of a fucking sweatshirt. I have to edit, Marcus. This is not this show. Guy can't even get out. So you did hear? You didn't think it was funny? I was intently listening on them bickering. Whatever. Pissed. Yeah, tell more about my fancy weekend. The BLTs thing. Oh yeah, we have a question about that too. Now I'm going first. I had a thought about we were talking about the group chats of the Betties and the steaks or whatever. I thought of like a sketch idea where like a wife keeps like, or you just see shots of like you looking at your phone aggressively, like like kind of like you're just seeing your face, and then your wife walks in, you're like, put it away, and we're like, I'm having time for dinner, and you're just like on your phone constantly, and she's just like convinced you're cheating. Everything points to you're cheating, and then she finally like checks your phone, and it's just the ex-Betty chat, but it's filmed like a kind of a horror movie, and we get kind of a Sixth Sense type reveal at the end. It's just the group chat for the snakes and the BLTs and the ex-Betties. Speaking of which, I'll never do it, but that's why you burn it here. Exactly. Speaking of which, the clip about the steaks totally reignited the steaks chat. Oh my god! Look at that! Whoa! A lot of steaks. What? We're back. We're so back. A lot of steaks. Anyways, now I'm open to questions about the BLTs. Chen, you first. Yeah. So for me, obviously a BLT is the same except for the bread, typically, right? That's how I see it. Yeah, I mean, to me, yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Okay, so the classic, to me, the best tasting was just a simple white bread, just like.
No, not what I wanted to do. Stupid fucking thing. City South Africa, where is that?
day for Scrub Daddy. Scrub Daddy. Every day is a wonderful day to clean.
Dr. Daddy, we have a real mess in here.
I live for messes. Talk to me.
Burnt salmon dog.
That's ruined. It was so expensive, and now it's just I need cold water. Right away, Dr. Daddy. You scrubbed it. Dr. Daddy, you're a hero. Don't thank me. Thank Scrub Daddy. Babe, look how clear she's covered. They're so ambitious. I'm going to colonize Jupiter. I'm going to bring irrigation to the Sahara. I will green the desert. I'm going to be cuddling my pony and eating my bonbons. It's a house pony. I'd be such a dick. I would. I could probably have a staff and have them standing at attention every morning, as is the rule. Good morning, everyone. I want something no one else has. I'm bored today. I want a chocolate waterfall and a square basketball. You could be so safe. flinch. I didn't flinch. You flinch? Okay, well, you know what that means? I've got some PTSD. Listen, man, don't do that. And I'm coming hard. No. I told you not to do how to defend yourself. I do know how to defend myself. Dude, you're not defending yourself. That's not going to help. Dude, I'm hitting you. I keep getting you over and over. Amanda Nunes thing about shit. That's not true. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. It stinks in here. Jesus Christ. That actually works. Oh, that came out of me. Oh, man, you scared me. Dude, you scared? Dude, you just got out as a serious coward. Yeah. You just got out as a farting coward. That's American. I can't cry. Don't like the Jews. You're not allowed to use their invention. But talk to you about health and longevity. What do I know about health and longevity? I don't know. I'm almost 60. Okay? I still train jiu-jitsu. I still wrestle. Okay? I'm on stage 2.5 hours a night. You know what I noticed about a year ago? My energy wasn't the same. And then I went a little TRT, started taking testosterone. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares about men in their 50s. That's the other thing. I don't even care about men in their 50s. I don't. Like, if there's a tragedy, the World Cup, I want to be a soccer player so badly. Just so many reasons. I want to be Spanish. You know, I want to be Spanish. You know, I want their hair. Why do they all have incredible, the moose, whatever they do to have that hair, and sometimes it just sits as they run and it flops. It's so dramatic. Like, who can, I want to be able to, like, they get nicked and they fall. And it's like the worst. It's like, it's the world. And then finally, they fall around. I can't. Everybody stop. Everybody has to stop. All 21 of you, stop immediately. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. And then they come over, and you're like, oh my God, that's... Wasting their fucking lives there. They're always the World Cup. When they still like the Jews, you're not allowed to use their inventions. You want to go through it? Whoever designed the giraffe is not the same person. There's a difference in being religious and spiritual. You can be spiritually saying the universe just looks out for me. When I was coming up, you didn't get to a headliner spot until you were doing stand-up for 10 years. In the trenches, bro. I'm talking about 5 or 6 spots a night in New York City. That's what we used to do. We would go from club to club. Every single night, you were communicating with different crowds. In New York, they didn't give a shit. Nobody knew you. So you had to get them, and you had to hold them. You watch other guys do it. You were like, I got to keep up with these dudes. You cannot fake certain things. Like, dancing, singing, fighting, comedy. You either got the goods or you don't. And I love things in their pure form like that. That's why I always go back to the fact that if you're a comic, you better be writing all the time. You better be able to make anyone laugh anywhere. The problem with curating your own audience is they're already there. For instance, like podcasts. Yeah, if you're good at the online thing, yeah, now you got this huge phone, but you don't have anything to say. I came up at a time where all that mattered was what you could do to an audience. All that mattered was, can you get an audience laughing and keep them laughing for 20 minutes, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, or an hour? And that was a different consideration all the time, but you were always put in that position. When I was coming up, you didn't get to a headliner spot until you were doing all the time. He's reading the newspaper. It's a great story. He's reading the newspaper. Yeah, I used to work at a Jerry Randall, right? And there was that guy, and he used to drive the manager insane. I see the manager, he's like, fucker. There's a guy who comes in, he shits in the shower. He takes a shit in the shower. He'll take a shit on top of the bowl, and he goes like this. Before he leaves, he looks like the guy, and he goes, have a nice day. And then walks out, and the manager goes running, and he can never catch him. But you can't put cameras in bathrooms. It's illegal. So the guy's working out, he just follows him around, but then he gets called away to do something. I just caught him. He's like, have a nice day. He just freaked it the fuck out. He was just shit. There are people that give up on that. There are people that break into people's houses and shit in their closet and then leave, and that's their thing. It's like my buddy in college. He didn't like the way the girl was treating the catering people. And he goes, guard the door. I go, what? He goes, guard the door. He goes into the closet, like shit in her ostrich skin boot. It was a big nightmare. He used to work out at Jerry Randall, right? And there was that guy, and he used to drive the manager
insane. I see the manager. I was like, okay. There's a guy who comes in. He shits in the shower. He takes a shit in the shower. Or he'll take a shit on top of the bowl. And he goes like this. Before he leaves, he looks at the guy and he goes, have a nice day. And then walks out, and the manager goes running up, and he can never catch him. But you can't put cameras in bathrooms. It's a thing. So the guy's working out, he just follows him around, but then he gets called away to do something. I just caught him. He's like, have a nice day. And he just freaked it the fuck out. He would just shit. There are people that give up on that. There are people that break into people's houses and shit in their closet and then leave, and that's their thing. That's like my buddy in college. He didn't like the way the girl was treating the catering people. And he goes, guard the door. I go, what? He goes, guard the door. He goes into the closet, like shit in her skin. It was a big mess. I don't know if you know, I'm not diehard Arsenal fan. Since 1983, it's been
This episode of The Live Files is brought to you by PBS Debt.
I have to say, even though the player not named Nelson,
On March 29, 1977, George Orwell told a journalist that his close friendship with Lee Harvey Oswald was an assignment from the CIA Dallas office. Congress sent an investigator to take a statement. When he got to the house, George's family said he wasn't home, but he was. He was in his bedroom, dead from a shotgun bullet. That nobody heard. But the story doesn't start in 1977, and it doesn't start in Dallas. It starts in 1952 in a mansion in Maine, where America's wealthiest families held a seance, and 9 people were chosen by ancient gods to change the world. And on November 22nd, 1963, they did.
Into the William J. LePenamain Memorial Gambling Casino for the insane.
Yeah, human. Welcome to the grand opening of Fin City, the most exclusive entertainment destination on your property.
On my property?
Yeah, I converted your house into a full-service casino resort. Gaming, dining, live entertainment. Oh, you'll love the wedding chapel in your bathroom. Very tasteful. White's an ordained minister now.
Since when?
Since I printed the certificate this morning. He's already married 6 neighborhood cats to each other. $50 a pop.
You can't marry cats to each other?
Tell it to Mr. Whiskers and Senior Fluffington. They're registered at PetSmart. Beautiful ceremony, Wyatt cried. Oh, the kitchen's an all-you-can-eat buffet. Shrimp tower, crab pet legs, chocolate fountain, the works.
Great.
That was great till Dirty got in. Ate the whole spread, including the fountain. The actual metal apparatus. I just heard crunching and then silence. Oh, but you're gonna love the live entertainment.
I'm afraid to ask.
The Beaver Brothers Magic Spectacular. Virgil sword Morgan in half.
Oh no, is Morgan okay?
Define okay.
In one piece.
I didn't know. But he's in great spirits. Both halves are.
How much did all this cost?
What a marquee sign alone was
You
it?
built a marquee sign?
I duct tape your TV to the roof. It's scrolling Fin City in neon letters. Very visible from the highway. Curb appeal.
How much?
Let's just say if you dial across, you'll reach someone in Sri Lanka.
So you're broke.
Broke is a strong word. I prefer aggressively pre-revenue.
Sounds like you need PDS debt.
Oh, did you just double down in today's sponsor?
Sure did. It starts small. A bill you can't pay, then another. Suddenly your mailbox is full of final notices. Your phone won't stop ringing. You don't answer, but you know who it is. Debt collectors. They want your car, your home, your paycheck, your peace. Debt doesn't wait. It destroys. But there's a way out. PDS Debt has helped hundreds of thousands escape before it was too late. They use AI and data to go beyond the numbers, understand your unique situation, and create a personalized plan. No cookie-cutter solutions, just a clear path to becoming debt-free. And there's no minimum credit score required. Whether your credit is bad or fair, PDS Debt helps you save more, pay off debt faster, and start putting money back in your pocket. They're A+ rated by the BBB and boast hundreds of 5-star reviews on Google and Trustpilot. Prove that PDS Debt is a trusted solution for people who need real help getting out of debt. In fact, the PDS Debt average savings per client for the Live Files is $22,319. If you're dealing with credit card debt, personal loans, medical bills, or collections, don't wait. PDS Debt has customized options for whatever your situation is. Your savings start the day you complete your assessment, and checking your options is fast, free, and won't impact your credit. Stop living in debt. Get your free 30-second personalized assessment and find the best option for you right now at pbsdebt.com/files.
PDSDEBT.com/files.
That's right.
Wonderful. Hey, quick question, completely unrelated. What's the load-bearing capacity of a standard residential chimney? Never mind.
In 1948, the Cold War got weird. There was the space race, the arms race, and the psychic race. Rumors out of Moscow said Soviet scientists were testing telepathy in labs. If mind could be a weapon,
Look at this listen.
wanted one. But there was a problem. No respectable scientist would touch the subject, and Congress was never going to fund seances, at least not publicly. The psychic race needed a man willing to bet his career on it. That man was a 30-year-old doctor from Chicago named Andrea Pulrich. The Army put Pulrich through medical school at Northwestern during the war. While he was still a student,
What?
Pulrich published a theory that his colleagues wouldn't go near. He believed the human brain was a radio. Neurons didn't just fire, they transmitted. And anything that could transmit could also receive. If he was right, telepathy wasn't magic, it was biology. And Pulrich wanted to prove it. He rented a 45-room mansion in Glencoe, Maine, and started building. He converted one of the rooms into a Faraday cage, a chamber wrapped in a copper screen that blocks radio waves and electricity. If the brain is a radio, you test it like a radio. Put a psychic inside a room that no signal can penetrate and see what still gets through. He called the project the Round Table Foundation of Electrobiology. So the program had a name, a facility, and a testing protocol. The only thing Pulrich was missing was money. He needed private funding.
Private funding? That reminds me, I need to horse the kiss out of my vasectomy.
Just why? You want me to have the cat eat you?
Reward tiers. The reward tiers. For $10, you can hold the camera. For $50, you can hold the scissors. For $100, you can hold me.
I'll give you $500 to never talk about this.
Do it.
Done. The first check came from Alice Astor Bouverie. Her father was the richest man on the Titanic. He went down with the ship in 1912, and Alice inherited a fortune and an obsession with the afterlife. After that, the donor list read like a who's who of American wealth and power. Business tycoons, heiresses, and, of course, politicians. Henry Wallace, Franklin Roosevelt's former vice president, he got a check. These people sat on corporate boards, advised the White House, and had some ties to the USS, which became the CIA. Pulrich tested mediums and clairvoyants from around the world, and most of them disappointed. Then the Indian philosopher D.J. Vinod took Pulrich's right ring finger, held it for a minute, and whistled softly.
He held the guy's finger for a full minute. Pull my finger is a 2-second transaction. Anything longer, you're dating.
That's not what this was.
He pulled his finger and heard whistling. Hello?
Vinod spent the next hour describing private events from Pulrich's life in perfect detail. The Round Table was now in business. And on New Year's Eve 1952, Vinod laid down inside the testing room. At 9 o'clock, Vinod started talking. It was Vinod's voice, but the words weren't his. The words came from 9 ancient Egyptian gods, and Pulrich recorded everything. The voice was slow and deliberate, nothing like Vinod's.
We are 9 principles of forces. Personalities, if you will.
The voice called itself the Great Indian. The 9 gods of Heliopolis worshipped in Egypt for 3,000 years before Christ. And they said they weren't a myth. They were real and physical. And they weren't gods. They were alien minds on a spacecraft watching Earth. The 9 said they controlled the universe and guided all of human history, but they worked through influence, not miracles. A person met someone at the right time. A door opened. A decision looked ordinary until years later when the pattern became visible. Vinod came out of the trance with no memory of what happened, but Pulrich had dozens of pages of notes, including physics equations that didn't make sense, at least not to him. But he didn't have much time to study his notes, because 6 weeks later, the United States Army recalled Pulrich to active duty. He went to Edgewood Arsenal in Maryland, where the military tested hypnosis, LSD, and mescaline on soldiers. His orders were to find a drug that enhanced extrasensory perception, psychic research, and mind control, funded by the U.S. military. That summer, he went back to Maine on leave, and on June 27, 1953, under a full moon, he gathered 9 people at the mansion, 1 for each of the 9 gods. And he picked these people carefully. 8 were wealthy and connected. Pulrich took the night chair for himself. Vinod sat in the middle. At midnight, the 9 returned. And this time they came with a mission. They said the 9 people at the table were chosen to transform human civilization. They didn't answer to any religion or government. They answered to something much older and much more powerful. Then the cotton threads appeared. 9 threads on the floor, 3 feet from Binod. Nobody saw where they came from.
Maybe I should have checked his belly button.
Who's?
The magic guy. What's his name, Gonad?
Binod.
Rimrod?
Binod.
Whatever it is. My money's still on the belly button.
There was 1 thread for each person at the table, identical to the sacred thread Hindu Brahmins received in initiation. The 9 chosen ones picked up the threads and accepted the assignment. Nobody outside that room would have believed a word of it. Coleridge barely believed it. But 3 years later, a stranger 1,000 miles away sent him a letter that proved the 9 were real. After the session, Binod returned to India, and the 9 went quiet. When the money ran out, Coleridge went to Mexico looking for sacred mushrooms to open his mind.
Ah, the classic wellness retreat. My Uncle Irving did the same trip in 74. Left as an accountant, came back as a rainstick guy. Yeah, I can still smell the patchouli. And let me tell you, Uncle Irving looked terrible in a fish bun.
At the hotel, Coleridge's room was accidentally given to an American couple from Michigan, Dr. Charles Lockheed and his wife. Coleridge met them. The Lockheed said they were contactees. Space intelligences spoke through them. These were Coleridge's kind of people, so they kept in touch. A month after Coleridge came home, a letter from Lockheed arrived. It described the young Arizona contactee, George Hunt Williamson. No connection to Maine, no connection to Coleridge. He never heard of the Round Table. But somehow Williamson received the same transmission from the 9 on the same nights in 1952 and 1953. Coleridge still had his doubts, but then he got to the last page. The letter contained the Einstein-Lorentz transformation, a physics equation that describes how time and space distort near the speed of light. Coleridge recognized it. The 9 spoke the same equation with Binod. Nobody outside that copper room could have known this. The 9 broadcast the same message to receivers.
Folks, this is where I'm talking about. I gotta think of this. Motherfucking West Side. They need this shit.
Everything is really beautiful, delicious, thing, and necessary for the perfect balance of the recipe, even the salt. Change the ingredient, not the uniform. Salt is the main, one of the main things. Okay, I'm Alex Katz. I was going to read this long email, but because I saw that it's starting a new, let's see, there's a new sponsorship starting today. Alex Katz issue. GAD. It's fine, the bird is fine. That's smart to hear that. It's fine for me. So, Shiva. Here's person looking at seeing Shiva with his 2 brothers, and I was very impressed that Aronov, the Yaakov Aronov, all the way in the right with the hat, came to Menachem, although he's one of the powerhouses of our trail, a big part of the share. He's behind most of the AI videos and the humor and this. He's behind a lot of stuff. And Ari Saru, the famous Ari Saru we just spoke about, and your parents haven't been told me that over half of the people that came to Menachem Mobile in New York and in Israel were MDYers. From phone calls and emails and actual visits. The voice I spoke about this, but here's it's official. Shmuel Kleiner, over on the left, is inviting everybody to Kiddush for his 3-year-old birthday. Kiddush Yom Oled Shalosh. Why is this starting at that 3 years? This is I'm 58 years old, but I'm 3 years old. The voice I warned me is inviting the Olam for his 1-month-old birthday coming up soon. Follow the Dow sponsorship, brand sponsorship, official catering of Mixer Motivators, Rachel and Alex Katz, and honor of beautiful children, Isaac and Diva, Ezra and Lily, Daphne, Ayala, and Azriel, the famous Azriel, may they continue to grow to their Abbas Al-Torah and Yuri Shomayim, while saying, Shmuel, for the new sponsorship. The official edition of MDY Shots, accepted by $7 Shilling per HT, dedicated by the Bennett family, Dr. Jordan TV. In honor of my dear friend Jack Mizrahi and Michael Harari, and many more guys. A day town and dedicated memory of Bobby Murray. Before Bart Burr, Heinz, Ski, Doyle, Brother, Brata, but the second last town of the nation, Carolina Torres during the day is going to bring us closer to the unit of six announcers of the National Standard Chief Betty. Announcers, David Fushema, and Rick Somerley, Bassester, Hyman, Leia, Evie, in honor of your family announcers for my birthday to discuss. I celebrate from my family, Brooklyn, and Big Ashby. Shmini and Peggy Cronin, in honor of Chaim Levy hosting MDY, on top of the Frontline Yoda. Excuse me, Fushema, Rivka Naomi, Bassey, Shabbat, Harry Simon, Fushema, Abu Murray, Bart, Miriam. One thing that eventually says, like this, but Fago and Ricky, Will's class at high in our kids do. They dispatches, Arian, Friedman, David Lady Strong, Rose, and Roll Rock, and English Bosch. Arian, Lady Friedman, is a Nishmas, Shul, Hyman, Mayor, and Rock, and Lifter, Hyman, after all, the special channel bends. The Toiv Mishpacha, New Nishmas from David Speaker, Yeshua on the third side. The Wright family in celebration of her Chaim Wright's 40th birthday on Happy of his wife and children. Mazel tov, happy 40th. Wow. Young spring chicken. Over Israel, he's a little baby. I know his family thinks he's an old man, he's 40. He's a little child. And it's good to be a little child. Trust me, I did everything to be 4 years old right now. WAR, month, for Shlomo Mordechai Ben Esther, the first Ayel, the little Zet Ayel, no, 40. I didn't start giving MDY share when I was 40 years old. So only 7 years ago, I was 53, so 40 is not much younger. Okay. Rabbi Sal, here we go. I'm serious, this is easy stuff. And we have a little surprise because the round is super short, on the days is short. Together, for Erev Shabbos, we have a short cheer. We learned in the Mishnah that Gilhan Nashon is Bashal. Remind me, hey, first of all, what's a Gilhan Nashon? Just started, this people that started yesterday. So we'll just show this little clip. Why not? Gilhan Nashon. In the right back thigh, running down the entire leg, there's a white nerve, polysciatic nerve. That's it, right over there. That's the Gilhan Nashon. Okay. That's the good enough. That's also the right side too. And if you look at with other, this is not a great picture, but that's what we're discussing, talking about it. Let's say you cook the good enough with other sins. So if you can tell which one it is, recognize it, you're a professional, just pull it out and eat the rest. But if you cannot tell which one is the good enough, they're all awesome. Ask the Gemara of the Taka board, let me just show you this muscle. Oh my God. The concept of Sukha Baruch is the concept. It says, Rabim Hakim. You always go by the majority. By 1% more, whatever it is, one fraction of a percent. As long as it's a little bit more, that's good, right? That's the majority. And most of the pot is full of sins that are really clean. Why is it a problem to eat Gid Anasha when it's cooked with other seeds? So when you see 3 answers, let me show you all 3 answers in one shot. There's no big variety with the Gid because it's a burial. So you take the entire Gid from top to bottom, it's its own entity. You can't do the bottom of that. It's a Davar should be minion. It's something that you count. It's sold as a number. Say 1, 2, 3, and it's really the scabbard. It's something that you serve as is. Something that you serve as is. Not so much to get out of. These are things that there's no other variety. Something that's done to minion, like a piece of, we'll see, like a cheetah, a leopard, or a pineapple when it's a shrub. It's a luxury minion. You sell it $25 a pineapple. You know, here it's $1.99 June, right? It's shrub pineapple is like one of the most coveted items you can buy. However, people take out mortgages on their home to buy pineapple. If you go to Hawaii, by the way, also pineapple is like, wow. You're coming home with a special box that says And you're not bringing it to America because they're sweet. It's a crazy taste. Pineapple, I've never tasted. So I just started really describing it. And again, it's like something, if this is a piece of meat that you get at your shop, it's still like, yes, this is something that cannot be buffaloed. So these are three things that cannot be buffaloed. So parents number one is on top of that's Muhammad Ali, the first word, Riyah Shani. Since this Ganasha is an entity, so an entity is not buffalo. Next sugya. Okay, let's see how long this stuff is. We're top of it. It's at 14. Remember, right? 14 minutes in. The thing that you call shell living. Actually, on the base is easier than on the olive. So on the olive is not that bad at all. But then additional data. So you have a piece of the data in a pot. So if you recognize it, you pull it out. It makes the rest of the pot also when it gives off a flavor. What is that called when it gives off the flavor on one side? Wow. How old are you? Yeah. 12. What's your name again? Yeshia. So the nice and top here. He's a 12-year-old from America. He's 12. Fine. Straight up. Beautiful. Nice and top. Beautiful. Okay. Nice and top. Nice and top. How do you spell nice and top? If you want to write it down on a piece of paper, how do you write it? Do you know? Nun. Nun-test. 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 Nice and top. So if you ever see Nun-test somewhere, Russian Davis, you know what it is. So you get confusing. Chocolate, it's like a chocolate. You always bring that Nun-test. It's safe. You don't have to write the nice and top. Nun-test. So ask the Gemara the same question all over again. If you don't recognize piece of the data, piece of gold or the most common is also ask the Gemara, this is about the Ruba. The Pasuk says, after Rabbi, it goes, how come the piece of trade doesn't become buckle of the road? So before we get inside, the mayor says this idea that that's going to be modest. Anything that you count is not buckle. And there's a point is what he meant. It means anything that you only count is diamonds. When you buy a diamond, you always count the diamonds. So one diamond, so 2 diamonds, 3 diamonds. Never give one sheet. It's always individual. So it's showing you buy a pineapple, it's always one at a time. I'll never throw in one street. You buy cashews, let's go with you. So let me just show you the old, one of the original videos of Kolsha Vivian. It's Kolsha Dark and Escha Dark. You're not going to understand it from the word holiness. Kolsha means usually, and S means only. Specific, only in certain ways, only when you sell it by the number at the house. Welcome to the Holy Method. So that's what you unmuted level pay us by checks. Only the only way you do it is when you buy leftovers, you only buy one at a time. So I will tell you 10 tape for $100 and throw in an extra one. Oh, well, the extra one is all she does. The one is the words are confusing, but it's either sometimes you sell sheep, individually, sometimes you throw one in.
Right on. The
AMC Eagle had been in production since 1979. It was 8 years old when it became an Eagle, and it flipped once 1 year before being put out of its misery. 3 cars, one designed in France, one imported from France, and one that was already 8 years old. This was the brand Chrysler had just spent $40 million to launch. The problem wasn't just the cars. It was where the cars were being sold. Jeep dealerships built their reputation on ruggedness. Wranglers covered in mud, Cherokees warmed their holders in the showroom. The customer walking into a Jeep dealer in 1988 was looking for a vehicle that could climb a mountain. Not a front-wheel drive French sedan with 150 horsepower. And yet that was the Eagle's sales pitch. Walk past the Wrangler, ignore the Cherokee. Have you considered this Renault with an Eagle on the hood? The dealers themselves were confused. Many of them had been selling AMCs for decades. They knew the AMC customer, value-conscious, practical, often brand loyal across multiple purchases. They didn't know how to sell a European sports sedan to someone who walked in asking about a Comanche pickup. Chrysler's solution was to throw marketing money at the problem and hope the dealers figured it out. Spoiler alert, they didn't. Meanwhile, the real strategic work was happening behind the scenes. Chrysler had not bought AMC to build the Eagle brand. They had bought AMC to absorb its Jeep dealers into the Chrysler Plymouth Dodge distribution network. Every month, franchise agreements expired or were renegotiated. Every quarter, a few more Eagle dealers became Chrysler Plymouth dealers. The 1,400 dealerships Eagle launched with in 1988 would not be 1,400 for long. For its entire 10-year existence, Eagle never designed a single original vehicle. The Premier was Renault. The Medallion was Renault. The Summit, introduced in 1989, was a Mitsubishi Mirage with an Eagle sticker on the front. The Summit wagon was a Mitsubishi Expo. Chrysler was not building a brand, it was assembling a prototype. In 1990, Eagle got the one car that almost made sense, the Talon. The Talon was a rebadged first-generation Mitsubishi Eclipse, and the Eclipse was genuinely good. It was low, aggressive, available with all-wheel drive and a turbocharged 2-liter engine producing 195 horsepower. 0 to 60 in 6.4 seconds. Car and Driver put it on their 10 best list. Enthusiasts loved it. The Talon TSI all-wheel drive was a legitimate performance bargain. A poor man's workshop for the price of a low-end camper. And here's the thing about the Talon. It proved that Eagle could sell something people actually wanted. In 1992, Talon sales hit nearly 30,000 units, more than any other Eagle model. Enthusiast magazines ran competition tests. The aftermarket embraced it. There were Talon owner communities, Talon meetups, Talons modified to absurd horsepower figures. The car had a following. But there was a fundamental problem Chrysler could not solve. You could buy the exact same car with 3 different badges. The Eagle Talon, the Plymouth Laser, and the Mitsubishi Eclipse. Same platform, same engines, same everything, except the name on the back. Eagle added nothing to the equation. It was a middleman in a transaction that didn't equal. The rest of the lineup was worse. The Summit was a penalty box. The Vision, introduced in 1993, was Dodge Intrepid with different taillights. Competent, spacious, and utterly anonymous. By 1994, Eagle's entire reason for existing, its product lineup, was a collection of cars you could buy elsewhere, often at a better dealership with a more complete brand. In 1994, Eagle sold just under 78,000 vehicles. That was the peak. 10 years of existence, and the best year with fewer units than Jeep sold in a slow month. The critical response had been mixed, but not hostile. The Premier was praised for its ride quality and interior space. The Talon won comparison tests. Even the Vision, bland as it was, got decent marks for comfort and value. Journalists who reviewed Eagle products often came away pleasantly surprised. But positive reviews don't matter when no one walks into the showroom. By 1994, Chrysler had largely solved the dealer problem that Eagle was created for. The AMC franchise agreements were expiring or had been renegotiated. The Jeep dealers Chrysler actually wanted were being folded into the Chrysler Plymouth Dodge network. Eagle's original purpose to legally absorb the AMC dealer body had been fulfilled. And then there was the marketing, or rather, the absence of it. Chrysler had stopped advertising Eagle as a standalone brand years earlier. No Super Bowl spots, no magazine campaigns, no brand identity or of any consequence. The cars existed, technically. They were manufactured, shipped to dealers, and occasionally sold. But Chrysler had stopped trying to make anyone care. But here's where the story turns. Eagle was failing because the market rejected it. Eagle was failing because its parent company was systematically dismantling it. The mechanism was the dealer network. Every year, Chrysler offered Eagle dealers financial incentives to convert their franchises to Chrysler Plymouth or Jeep. The deals were generous. Signage replacement costs covered, inventory buybacks, transition bonuses. Most dealers took them.
Why wouldn't they? Chrysler, Plymouth, and Jeep had marketing support, new products, actual customers. Eagle had none of those things. By 1995, the dealer count had fallen from 1,400 to under 900. By 1996, it was below 500. Eagle wasn't losing dealers to market forces. It was losing them to its own parent company, which was quietly buying out the very franchise agreement it had created Eagle to satisfy. The product lineup shrank alongside dealer count. The Premier was discontinued after 1992. The Summit disappeared. By 1996, Eagle sold exactly two models, the Talon and the Vision. Two cars, fewer than 500 dealerships, and a marketing budget of effectively zero. In 1997, Eagle sold 19,000 vehicles total across the entire United States. 19,000. In September of 1997, Chrysler executives gathered for a vote to officially list it as a brand portfolio vehicle. By the end of the afternoon, a decision had been made. Eagle would be discontinued after the 1998 model year. The announcement came in the form of a press release. 2 paragraphs, no press conference, no executive statements about a difficult decision or proud legacy. Just a dry forward notice that Chrysler would, quote, phase out as if Eagle had been gradually winding down rather than abruptly executed. The last Eagle ever built was a white 1998 Talon TSI. It rolled off the assembly line in Normal, Illinois in March of 1998. There was no ceremony, no commemorative plaque, no executive flew in to drive it off the line. The workers who built it went home that day, and the next morning the line was building Mitsubishi Eclipses. Within weeks, the remaining Eagle dealerships had converted to other Chrysler brands or closed entirely. The signs came down, brochures went to dumpsters. The Eagle section of Chrysler's annual report, which had been shrinking for years, disappeared entirely. By the summer of 1998, it was as if Eagle had never existed at all. Chrysler had done something wrong. It had killed a car brand so cleanly, so quietly, that most Americans never noticed it was gone. Eagle sold roughly 600,000 vehicles in 10 years. For context, Jeep sold more vehicles in the first quarter of 1998 than Eagle sold in its entire existence. But the numbers don't tell the real story. The real story is that Eagle was never a car brand. It was a legal mechanism, a corporate placeholder designed to absorb a dealer network. And when the absorption was complete, the placeholder was discarded. The cars were never the point. The customers were never the point. The brand was just the packaging for a deal. The Eagle Talon, against all odds, remains on the road today. Survived, modified, maintained, loved by a small community of enthusiasts who never cared what badge was on the grill. They're the only people keeping the name alive. The Eagle that Chrysler created didn't soar. It was never meant to, but for 10 years it existed. A strange kind of ghost, a brand without an identity, selling cars it didn't design for dealers it wasn't meant to keep. A reminder that sometimes the car isn't the product. Sometimes the entire brand is just there to satisfy a contract.
Once there's a second piece in there, that second piece becomes in a buildup, and it helps the first piece as well. Laura can explain more.
In June of 1994, 44,000 car owners drove to a rural Tennessee town of fewer than 1,000 people to shake hands with the assembly line workers who had built their sedans. The mechanism that made them do it was something the American auto industry had not produced in 50 years. A car company that customers genuinely loved. Then General Motors, the parent company that had created it, spent the next 15 years quietly taking it apart. The executives who designed those decisions are still cited in business school case studies. They retired with their pensions intact. They are counting on this story being old enough that nobody remembers. What follows is the autopsy, not of why Saturn died, but of why a corporation would rather strangle the only beloved brand it ever produced than let that brand embarrass the rest of the company. The body is still warm in your neighbor's driveway. Saturn began as Detroit's confession. In 1980, General Motors held 46% of the American corporate. By 1985, it was bleeding share faster than any company in industrial history, and the Japanese imports were eating the lunch the big three had served themselves for 50 years. Honda Accords and Toyota Corollas were parked in suburban driveways that used to belong to Chevrolet Malibus and Oldsmobile Covasses. The young families who would normally walk into a Chevy showroom in 1979 and drive out when whatever was on the lot were, by 1985, driving home from Honda dealers instead. GM's small cars were proof. The Chevrolet Chevette was a penalty box that rusted at the sight of road safety. The Pontiac T1000 was the same car with a different grille in a worse name. And when GM tried to compete on the higher end, it produced the Cadillac Cimarron, a Chevrolet Cavalier with leather seats and a $5,000 markup. The Cimarron was, 4 decades later, one of the most ridiculed cars in American automotive history. It deserves the ridicule. GM had been caught making the same car twice and charging more the second time. Roger B. Smith, a short, bespectacled accountant who ran the world's largest car maker, made one decision in his career that history might forget him for. He decided GM could not fix its small car problem from inside its existing structure. The unions were too entrenched. The job classifications, more than 90 of them at most GM plants, were too rigid. The dealer networks were too hostile to the customer. So, on January 7th, 1985, GM incorporated a new subsidiary called the Saturn Corporation, committed up to $5 billion to it, and announced that Saturn would build a new car in a new factory with a new workforce under a new union contract. No inherited platforms, no leftover parts bins, no Detroit. The contract Saturn signed with United Auto Workers official Donald Eflin ran 28 pages. The standard GM agreement at the time contained nearly 200 job classifications. At Saturn, workers were salaried. The assembly line could be stopped by any team member who saw a defect, and labor and management actually sat in the same meetings. It was, on paper, the most radical industrial experiment in American manufacturing since the original Ford assembly line. And for a brief, strange window in the 1990s, it worked. The first Saturn rolled off the line in Spring Hill, Tennessee, on July 31st, 1990. It was a small sedan called the SL, and by any measurement of speed, style, or technology, it was unremarkable. What stood out were two specific details. The body panels were not steel. They were a polymer composite engineered to flex on impact and never rust. You could press your thumb into the fender, and the dimple would pop back out. In a country where parking lot dings drove people into low-grade therapy, that fender was a small revelation. The second detail was how Saturn sold the car. The price of the sticker was the price you paid. The sales staff was salary, not commission. No one pressured you into the rust protection package you did not need. The waiting room had coffee, the restrooms were clean, and the people behind the desk would actually tell you if you were buying more car than your family needed. In 1991, Saturn discovered a defective coolant mixture on the first 1,836 cars off the line. Instead of mailing a standard recall letter, dealers picked up the phone, called each owner personally, apologized, and in many cases drove to the owner's house to retrieve the car themselves. By 1994, Saturn was selling 286,000 cars a year. J.D. Power Satisfaction surveys ranked Saturn alongside Lexus and Infiniti, which was absurd for a sedan that cost less than $15,000. School teachers and nurses and retirees were driving their Saturns to Tennessee for the annual Homecoming Festival, and 44,000 of them showed up that June, eating barbecue on the factory lawn while their children climbed into half-assembled SLs on the assembly floor. Saturn had accidentally built what every other car company spends $100 million a year trying to manufacture through advertising. Brand love. And GM, watching from its Detroit headquarters, did not know what to do with it. But Saturn's success carried a problem no spreadsheet could ignore. Each of those 286,000 cars sold in 1994 had thin margins. The $5 billion GM had poured into Spring Hill, into the polymer panel tooling, into the new engine plant, was nowhere near recouped. The accountants in the Renaissance Center looked at their balance sheet and saw a subsidiary buying customer loyalty at a price they could not afford to keep paying. So GM made the decision that, in retrospect, was the moment Saturn died. They decided not to build a second-generation Saturn. The original Saturn S-Series had been engineered from a blank sheet of paper. Unique chassis. Unique 1.9-liter four-cylinder engine. Unique polymer body. Replacing it from scratch would have cost another $1 billion or more, and GM was not willing to spend that money on a brand that was still operating like that. So, Saturn engineers were told to wait. The S-Series launched in 1990 and was not properly replaced until 2003. 13 years. In that 13-year window, Honda redesigned the Civic twice. Toyota refreshed the Corolla 3 times. Hyundai and Kia entered the American market and built better small cars than Saturn was still selling. You could walk into a Saturn dealership in 2001 and and see essentially the same car you had bought in 1992, maybe with different headlights. The competition had moved on. Saturn was standing still in Spring Hill, and the line workers who built the original SL knew exactly what was being done to them. The sales decline showed up in the data within 5 years and never reversed. The first mistake was the decision not to spend. Every mistake after was a consequence of that. The replacement, when it finally arrived in 2003, was called the Ion. It was not a Saturn, it was a Chevrolet Cobalt with a different badge and a center-mounted instrument cluster nobody had asked for. The Delta platform underneath the Ion was shared with the Cobalt, the Pontiac G5, the Chevy HHR, and the Opel Astra. The unique engineering was gone. The polymer body panels were partially gone too. By the time the second generation Saturn Vue arrived in 2008, manufactured in Ramos Arizpe, Mexico, on the same platform as the Opel Antara, the panels were gone entirely. Sheet steel, like every other GM crossover. Then came the Saturn Aurora in 2006, an Epsilon platform sedan that shared its bones with the Opel Vectra, the Chevy Malibu, and the Saab 3. Then the Saturn Astra in 2008.
How are you, Reverend Andrew?
Opel Astra built in Antwerp, Belgium, shipped across the Atlantic, and stamped
What did you
the
say?
My computer's battery ran out.
All right.
It disappeared.
You know you've got to plug this stuff in, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, just leave your cord in it.
Yes. Yeah, sometimes I walk out of the room with it.
Well, if you can avoid doing that, avoid it. Do you have a power bank? Okay.
I just plug it in. Sometimes I just
All right.
The Saturn Element crossover is identical to the GMC Acadia and the Buick Enclave, with a different grille and a different badge.
we countries want to divide from other countries, but they change the time zone. Just going to this
I do know that occasionally occurs. They want to separate themselves in many ways possible from their previous regime.
The floor had been designed by a Saturn
doesn't change the
from
skirt.
Spring Hill who had spent 20 years developing their own powertrains, their own chassis, and their own production methods. We're now assembling badge engineered Opels and Chevys for a customer base that increasingly could not tell why they were being hired. The second mistake was the decision to make Saturn just another GM brand. By the time GM was finished, Saturn was selling the same cars as customers could have bought down the street at the Chevy lot, often for less. If this autopsy is the kind of story you wanted to hear told straight, the subscribe button does the rest. But the most quietly damning decision was the third one, because it was the one that never made the press. Through the late 1990s and early 2000s, Saturn engineers in Springfield repeatedly asked GM headquarters for the development money to build a unique sport utility vehicle. The American market was moving aggressively into crossovers. Saturn dealers, the most loyal sales network in the American auto industry, were begging for product. And the answer that came back from Detroit, according to former Saturn executives quoted in Newsweek's March 2010 post-mortem, was that Saturn customers should be buying Chevy SUVs instead. You read that correctly. The internal GM position was that Saturn should not be allowed to compete for the customers in the film, because those customers, in theory, belong to Chevrolet. Of the 41% of Saturn buyers who had previously owned a GM car, the cannibalization argument meant Saturn was just shuffling them around the corner market. But this is where the GM defense falls apart. 75% of Saturn's sales, according to GM's own internal data, came from buyers who would otherwise have bought a Honda or Toyota. Saturn was not stealing from Chevy. Saturn was the only GM brand actually winning back the Japanese influence. GM did not see it that way. They built the Saturn Vue in 2002 as a half effort on a platform shared with the Chevrolet Equinox. They built the Outlook as a triple badge job. They never gave Saturn a single vehicle the brand could call its own. The most loyal customer base in the American auto industry was, year after year, told to buy something else. The third mistake was the decision to treat Saturn's customers as poached property, instead of as the only people GM actually belonged to. They were wrong. The people who studied Saturn in real time were not subtle about what was happening. Saul Rubenstein, a professor at the Rutgers School of Management and Labor Relations, who co-authored an academic study on Saturn, told Newsweek in 2010 that the dismantling was a real tragedy. Newsweek's own March 2010 postmortem ran under the headline, "How GM Crushed Saturn." Not how Saturn failed, how GM crushed it. David Cole, the head of the Center for Automotive Research, had predicted in 1990 that Saturn would scare the liver out of the Japanese. He was right for about 4 years. James Harper, the most quoted automotive consultant of the era, predicted that GM was about to kick the imports from one end of the country to the other. He was right for about 4 years. Then the cancer came back from inside the host. You can read the entire trajectory in the trade press of the time, and the verdict is consistent. Every outside expert who studied Saturn at its peak agreed it was the future of American manufacturing. GM agreed too, in public. In private, GM could not bring itself to fund the future it built. By 2008, General Motors itself was dying. The financial crisis crushed auto sales across
What'd you say, Big Dog?
You know what we can stream the Dictator movie for free?
Oh yeah. Go to F Movies. Just type F Movies into Google, and then type The Dictator, and it'll show up.
Yeah, but I tried that. It didn't.
You didn't do that. You didn't type F Movies in. Get out of here.
No, not F movies. Free movies.
Yeah. Did I say? Did I say free movies? No, I said F Movies. Try it again, Big Dog. Absolutely. You're rocking with the best, Reverend Andrew. You're rocking with the best.
With a space or not?
No space. Just F Movies.
F movies.
Yeah, just type that in, and what's the first thing that shows up?
F movies, and then F movies watch movies, and then F movies official site.
Yeah, you might have to check a couple of them, but try the first one. Now, do you mean The Dictator? Hello, Anthony. I'm well, thank God. Now, do you mean The Dictator with Charlie Chaplin or The Dictator with Sacha Baron Cohen?
With Sacha Baron Cohen.
Okay. All right. Are you on F Movies?
Yeah.
All right. Do you see a search bar?
Yeah.
Type the Dictator.
Here we go. Easy extract.
Be careful. There may be some pop-ups. You want to close the pop-ups.
Yeah, but it says Highware Easy Extract Pro, extracting files made easy.
No.
Download.
No. Let me. So if you don't have a pop-up blocker, you're SOL. Are you using Edge? Are you using Chrome? What are you using?
Edge.
Okay. Open a new tab.
Let me tell you, I'm not a robot.
No. You're gonna be clicking through stuff for hours. Go to a new tab.
I go to Google. Yeah. Okay.
And type in U block, the letter U, and then BLOCK origin for Edge.
uBlock Origin for Edge.
Three browser extensions and package, traffic to more
Exactly.
power,
Exactly. Press Add to Edge.
These kind of things screw up my computer every time I do them.
Hey, we've known each other for months now. I've never led you astray, and I'm not going to.
Alright, but is it the right one?
Is it like maroon?
No,
It's like red?
it's malware byte.
No, that's something different.
Light blue.
No, not malware bytes.
Okay. You block, no space, right? And then origin. Space origin.
Yeah, that's right. It's an extension for Edge.
Root.
Did it install?
It's not installed. I don't see it. Well, I see what I just told you. You know what I mean? Okay, you block origin light, you block origin Firefox extension, you
No,
block origin edge add-on. Is that what I want?
Yeah, Edge add-on.
You block origin
Edge add-on. Edge add-on. Edge add-on.
Okay. Opera browser itself, total ad block.
Do you need me to say Edge add-on one more time?
Yeah, but that's not what's coming up when I hit it.
Okay. Click uBlock Origin Edge add-on. Type that into Google.
All right. Go to Google. Google. I'm typing in uBlock.
Yeah, U, the letter U, and then BLOCK space Origin space Edge EDGE.
Origins.
Not Origins. I did not make it plural. It's Origin.
Oh, Origin.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
uBlock Origin.
Edge add-on.
Edge. Add-on. Edge space on.
That's a good question. That's fine.
Edge space on. Add-ons.
I didn't say add-ons. I said add-on, but that's okay. Press enter or search for it.
Well, add-ons came up.
Okay, that's fine. What happens when you pull it up?
Suppose the uBlock Origin is available from Microsoft.
Yeah, click that, and then it should say add to Edge.
Click. That's the Copilot search.
Okay, we'll scroll down.
uBlock Origin Microsoft. This is from Microsoft Edge add-ons. This don't look suspicious.
That's what you want.
It's maroon.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Get it. uBlock Origin Edge extension.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It says on the top there. Anthony didn't see that movie, The Dictator. He don't know what the treaties is. But this is a great movie. This guy's crazy. He makes fun of everybody. New extension. Okay, it's now installed.
Okay, now go back to your other tab for The Dictator. Are you there?
Yeah.
Press refresh, and all of the pop-ups should go away.
Oh, it's connecting the server. Okay, I can do it.
Press refresh.
I think it started.
Did
yeah,
you?
Yeah. Anthony, we got it. See, this rabbi is a genius with the data stuff, electronic stuff. Dude, he's gonna have an army of cyborgs.
That's right. God willing. Okay, so the only thing is, that's absolutely right. Now, the only thing is, while you're watching this, I want you to mute your microphone Because if it plays through on my end, I'll get a copyright strike. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Do you wanna watch it?
No, I'm watching another documentary, but I'm here if you need help. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Did you see it? Did you see this movie?
Years ago, I believe.
Oh yeah, it's a great movie. It's inspirational.
There you go.
Perhaps I can see it all.
At its peak, the company had operated 8 separate car brands in the United States, many of them selling near identical vehicles to the same customers through competing dealerships on the same street. The overhead was staggering. On June 1st, 2009, General Motors filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. It remains the largest industrial bankruptcy in American history. The federal government injected roughly $50 billion to the company. As part of the restructuring, GM announced it would pay for its brands: Pontiac, Saab, and Saturn. For Saturn, there was one last chance. Roger Penske, the racing magnate and one of the most respected operators in the dealer industry, offered to buy the brand on June 5th, 2009. The plan was that GM would continue building the Aura, the View, and the Outlook on a contract basis for 2 years, while Penske lined up a long-term supplier through the renewal, Nissan. For 3 months, the Saturn dealer had 350 stores nationwide, believed it might survive. On September 30th, 2009, the renewal Nissan board, with objections from the Nissan side, rejected the supply contract. Penske won the same day. A week later, on October 7th, 2009, the last Saturn rolled off the assembly line at Ramos Arizpe, Mexico. By October 31st, 2010, every Saturn dealership in America had closed its doors. The cumulative loss, according to independent analysts who reviewed GM's filings after the bankruptcy, came to as much as $12 billion over the brand's 25-year life. General Motors spent $12 billion to prove it could build a car company Americans love, then spent 15 years convincing itself it could not afford to keep it. Today, the Spring Hill factory still operates. The same building Saturn workers poured the concrete for in the late 1980s now builds the Cadillac XT5, the XT6, the all-electric Cadillac Lyriq, and the 3-row Vista. Nearly 4,000 people still work inside. The roads that were paved for Saturn workers in the late 1980s still carry traffic. The town of Spring Hill, which had a population of nearly 1,000 when General Motors arrived, has grown into a community of more than 50,000. The 5-mile Saturn Parkway connecting the plant to Interstate 65 still bears the name, even though no Saturn has been built there. The 5-mile Saturn Parkway connecting the plant to Interstate 65 still bears the name, even though no Saturn has been built there in over 15 years. What is missing is the brand. What is missing is the homecoming. What is missing is the most loyal customer base ever assembled around an American car company. You can still find the old Saturns in driveways across the country with 200,000 miles on the odometer, held together by polymer panels that never rusted. Owners post on forums and trade parts. They remember the day they drove to Spring Hill. Some of them are still angry. Most of them just feel cheated. The polymer panels outlasted the brand. That is the closest thing this story has to justice. What Saturn proves is not that corporations are evil, though sometimes they are. The lesson is harder and older, and it applies far beyond Detroit. The hardest thing any large organization can do is allow something better to exist inside it without slowly, methodically remaking that thing in the image of the mediocrity that surrounds it. Saturn was different. That was always the point. In the end, that was always the problem. General Motors had the most loyal customers in the American auto industry. They had the manufacturing template every American competitor was studying. They had a workforce that had volunteered to leave secure jobs at other plants for a chance to build something better.
Chavez is okay to start all over again. Trying to grab it with so grab your flyer, put it up in your backyard, get it to that local newspaper.
Separated by 1,000 miles from people who never met. After that, Coleridge stopped out. He spent the rest of his life following the instructions from that room. But the nine were silent. Coleridge searched for another channel, but every medium he tested came up empty. It took 15 years, but the nine finally found a vessel worthy of delivering their message. A 24-year-old Israeli paratrooper who had been soldiers with his mind.
Nickelodeon to Disney, they were very happy with it, and on paper, everything looked great. But the fans of Disney didn't seem to think so. Today, we're going to take a look at how Disney was able to get the Duck franchise from Nickelodeon.
The call came to Israel. Yuri Geller claimed he could read minds and influence events. He said he could bend metal and stop clocks. Coleridge was skeptical, but witnesses said Geller was the real deal. So Coleridge agreed to tell Steve to watch it work. Soon after that, both men were on a plane to America. At his estate in Austin, New York, Coleridge launched Operation Lab 9. He built another Faraday cage, added a medium, and once again asked to speak to the ancient Astronaut gods. And this time, they answered. But a different voice came through Geller. It called itself Spectrum, a superintelligence aboard a spacecraft 53,000 light years away. It was still benign, but using a name, and it had no instructions. To complete this new mission, Coleridge knew he needed help, so he took Geller to the Stanford Research Institute in California, the infamous SRI. Two physicists rushed the target Howard put off were also experimenting with psychics, specifically remote viewers. SRI was recruiting and training people who could check their consciousness anywhere on Earth and beyond. Some of their most talented subjects had preconceived time. The first experiments were easier than sending your consciousness to Mars. The subject was given a sealed envelope and asked to draw what was inside. The experiments were conducted in a shielded room, similar to a Faraday cage. Over 7 days in August 1973, Geller made drawings of one drawing. One envelope had an picture of grapes. 24. Geller drew 24 grapes. Another image was the solar system. Geller did that too. Geller got 10 in a row. Impossible odds, witnessed by trained scientists. In October 1974, Target put off published their experiments in Nature. This highly respected peer-reviewed journal printed evidence that minds could exceed the walls. The CIA noticed. They launched a secret program that eventually became Stargate. For over 20 years, Stargate trained the CIA's psychic spies. And back at Lab 9, the guest list grew. Scientists from SRI, wealthy elites, politicians, even European nobility showed up using big names. And one of those wealthy elites was British businessman John Whitmore. Whitmore was so impressed with Coleridge that they wanted to make a movie about the nine. So they brought in an out-of-work TV writer, Gene Roddenberry. Gene Roddenberry wasn't impressed. He thought the psychics were making it all up. But something must have stuck with him. Because years later, in Space Nine, there's a character named Bishop. The episode is about a cult leader who was protected by a small inner circle.
Season 2, Episode 15. paradise. The drug leader champs their goods technology, so nobody can leave the planet.
Do you know the episode number?
Human, I've seen every episode of Star Trek ever. Except the one where they railed at the whale. Star Trek went down a dark alley, and I could not follow.
Whether Coolidge was a cult leader, I don't debate, but he had an inner circle, and kept receiving instructions from Tanakh. Prepare humanity. Get the right people in place. The transformation is coming. One member of the inner circle was Ruth Forbes Painton. That Forbes. She was also the great-granddaughter of Ralph Waldo Emerson. Her husband, Arthur Young, made his own fortune inventing the Bell helicopter. In February 1963, their son Michael Caine was at a dinner party with his wife, also the group. At that party, they became friends with a Russian housewife who spoke almost no English, Marina Osman. The Caines didn't know it at the time, but 7 months later, Marina's husband would be sneaking around their garage, hiding a rifle. Before that dinner party could happen, someone had to bring Marina Oswald into that room. In the summer of 1962, the Harvey Oswald returned to Texas with a Russian wife, a baby daughter, and a problem. He spent nearly 3 years in the Soviet Union. He announced he wanted to give up his American citizenship, and then he changed his mind. The Russian-speaking community in Dallas helped the family at first, but Oswald wore them out with his temper and his politics. One by one, they walked away. But not George de Mohrenschildt. He was a Russian-born aristocrat who became a Texas oil man. He moved in the same wealthy social and diplomatic circles as the Drexels, Morgans, the Bouviers, and the Kennedys. He also had friends in the U.S. government, specifically the intelligence community. J. Walton Moore was an officer in the CIA's Domestic Contacts Division. They collected information on Americans overseas. After every foreign trip, George sat down with Moore and told him what he saw. In 1962, Moore brought him inside of him, an ex-Marine living in Fort Worth, just back from the Soviet Union. It was perfect for the job. He grew up in Minsk, and Oswald had lived in Minsk for years. Of every man in Dallas, only one incident across from Lee Oswald. They talk about Lenin Avenue stretching to Victory Square, about the rivers, about the Stella platform and the surface. George was actually eager to chat with someone from his hometown, but he wouldn't risk his business or his reputation. Moore said both would be fine. In fact, there was a juicy oil contract in Haiti that could land his way if he helped out the agency. So George de Mohrenschildt, with fresh orders and a friend, drove to Fort Worth. For about 6 months, he ran Oswald's life. He drove him to job interviews. He helped the family find housing. He even stepped into arguments when he got violent. And Lee listened to George. On paper, the friendship made no sense. George de Mohrenschildt dined with senators and oil executives. Lee Oswald worked a factory job and made marks during lunch. But the friendship was real. George liked it. He told people he felt sorry for him. He was bright, bitter, and in over his head. He stayed close until February 22nd, 1963, when he brought the Oswalds to a small party in Dallas. One of the guests was Ruth Paine, a separated mother who studied Russian. Marina needed someone to talk to, and Ruth wanted someone to practice with. By the end of the evening, they exchanged phone numbers. That spring, George de Mohrenschildt went for Haiti and never saw Lee Harvey Oswald again. But he didn't need to. His mission was complete. The CIA's man in Dallas made one introduction, and it was the only one that mattered. The only thing left to do now was wait and watch history unfold.
Disney difference. Beyond this, Disney.
The rifle started in a Chicago mail-order warehouse. It ended in a garage in Irving, Texas, wrapped in a blanket tucked behind a candy. Between those 2 points, a chain of introductions ran through one family. Ruth Paine was separated from her husband Michael, who still paid the mortgage on the house in Irving. Michael worked as a research engineer at Bell Helicopter in Fort Worth. He also held a security clearance. His mother was Ruth Forbes Paine Young, the woman who accepted a cotton thread at the seance in May. His stepfather was Arthur Young, the man who designed the Bell Helicopter and signed the checks for the group's research. In September 1963, Ruth Paine packed her station wagon and drove east on a 2-week trip to visit family. One of her stops was her sister Sylvia's house in Falls Church, Virginia. Falls Church is next door to Langdon, and Sylvia worked for the CIA. Then Ruth swung south to New Orleans, where the Oswalds was becoming part. Lee was out of work, and Marina was pregnant with her second child. Ruth made her an offer. Come live with me in Irving until the baby comes. Maria said yes, and moved in permanently. But Lee stayed behind. He only came out on weekends. By that fall, he had almost nothing. His wife and children moved out. He lived in a rented room. He was almost broke. The one thing he owned was wrapped in a blanket in the Payne's garage in Irving. Michael Payne thought he was camping. By October, Lee needed work. Ruth made a few phone calls and helped Lee get a job as a warehouse clerk in Dallas. His first day at the Texas School Book Depository was October 16th. That same morning, he was offered a job with an airline. Better work, better pay. He kept a warehouse job at the depository. When Kennedy came to Dallas for a motorcade, his route was unknown to the public until November 19th. Lee Oswald had already been at the depository for over a month. On the evening of Thursday, November 21st, Oswald came out to Irving a day early. Maria was surprised, and not in a good mood. He played with his daughters outside till dark. Then 3 times that night, Lee begged her to move back to Dallas. She said no 3 times. He went to bed angry. In the morning, he asked her for a kiss, and she turned away. Then, Lee Harvey Oswald was gone. He left his wedding ring on the dresser, and he never took that ring off, not in 2.5 years of marriage. He left $170 in cash, almost everything he had. He did not know. He walked into work carrying a long paper package. A coworker asked what was inside. Oswald said it was curtain rods. It wasn't curtain rods. At 12:29 on November 22nd, 1963, the presidential motorcade turned from Houston onto Elm Street in Kennedy Plaza. Kennedy sat in the back of an open-top Lincoln waiting. At 12:30, the shots came. In 3 rounds, Kennedy slumped over. Governor Connolly collapsed in the seat ahead of him. The limousine raced to Parkland Hospital, where doctors pronounced the president dead at 1 o'clock. On the 6th floor of the depository, police found 3 spent shells, a cardboard box near the window, and a long, empty paper bag. And hidden near the stairwell, a bolt-action 6.5 Carcano rifle that traced directly to Lee Harvey Oswald. And you know the rest of the story. 45 minutes later, Officer J.D. Tippett was shot dead on a sidewalk in Oak Cliff. Police arrested Oswald at the Texas Theater. 2 days later, in the basement of Dallas Police Headquarters, a strip club owner named Jack Ruby stepped out of a crowd and shot Oswald on live television. Oswald died at Parkland Hospital. There was no trial, no cross-examination, not one word of testimony from Oswald. But there didn't need to be. He was the shooter, the lone gunman, and that was the end. But a murdered president and a murdered suspect left the country full of questions. So 7 days after Dallas, President Lyndon Johnson appointed a commission of 7 men to answer those questions, chaired by the Chief Justice of the United States, Earl Warren. The press called it the Warren Commission. For 10 months, the commission took testimony from hundreds of witnesses. In September 1964, it published its answer, an 888-page report backed by 26 volumes of evidence. And, in conclusion, Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. Case closed. Officially. Except the case never closed for the American people. Instead, the questions got louder. Within a few years, most Americans didn't believe the official story, and people spent decades digging into details that the commission ignored. What they found always led back to one house, Michael and Ruth Payne's. Marino lived with the Paynes. Oswald was there every weekend. He was there the night before the murder. The murder weapon was in their house. Nobody was closer to the Oswald family than the Paynes. Ruth Payne became the commission's most valuable civilian witness. She testified longer than almost anyone, and she translated for Marina, who still spoke very little English. Her translations were the backbone of the official story of who Lee Oswald was and what he intended to do that day. The backyard photos, Oswald posing with a rifle and his Marxist newspapers, they came out of Ruth Payne's garage with the rest of the family's belongings. The rifle came out of that same garage. And so one piece of evidence almost nobody talks about. When Dallas police searched the Payne's house, Detective Gus Rose found a Minox camera loaded with film in Oswald's bag. A Minox is a German spy camera, small enough to hide in the palm of your hand. Intelligence agencies love them. Warehouse clerks couldn't afford them. The camera was photographed and put into police inventory. Then, the camera disappeared. But something showed up in the FBI's inventory, a Minox light meter. 3 times the FBI asked Gus Rose to change the paperwork from camera to light meter. Rose refused every time, and he testified to all this under oath. Reporters asked why the Dallas PD said camera, and the FBI said light meter. There wasn't a good answer. So J. Edgar Hoover sent orders to the Dallas office. Find that camera. And the next day, someone did. Michael Payne. The next day, Michael Payne handed the FBI a Minox micro camera. He said it was his. It was in the garage the whole time, in a coffee can. Michael said the police weren't interested in the spy camera. Found in a house occupied by an offender's Russian wife.
This spy camera was in a coffee can? Of course. And right next to the microfilm in a sugar bowl and a cyanide in a spice rack.
And the serial number on Michael's camera had 5 digits. The Minox Corporation said their cameras had 6 digits. And the serial number's important. It's how Minox could trace a camera's manufacture date and origin. A 5-digit number makes it untraceable. The Warren Commission had the Paynes under oath for days. Nobody asked them one question about that camera. The rifle, the photos, the translations, the spy camera, and the job that put Oswald in that window. Every one of those things ran through Ruth Payne's house. Even Oswald's mother said she believed both Marina and Ruth Payne were involved. Somehow the family at the center of the evidence was never treated as part of the case. But here's the thing. The FBI was already looking at the Paynes. Twice in the weeks before the assassination, an agent stopped by. He was keeping tabs on the defector's wife who lived there. The Bureau had a file open on Lee Harvey Oswald before a single shot was fired. So when the shots came, every phone line that touched Oswald's world became a live wire, and the FBI started listening. On the afternoon of the assassination, Michael Payne called Lee from work. He said he felt sure Oswald killed the president, but didn't feel Oswald was responsible. And then came the next sentence.
We both know who is responsible for the assassination.
When commission lawyers asked Michael about this, he denied saying it, and the call never appeared in the Warren report. It was reduced to a few sentences in an FBI file called Commission Document 206. And in that file, the source was redacted. The names of the people on the call were redacted. Just a male voice and a female voice. The phone numbers were not identified. For more than a decade, we both know who was responsible. That quote only lived in that birth report. When the files were opened in the 1970s, it was revealed that it was, in fact, Michael and Ruth Payne on that call. Something else was missing from the Warren report. In all 26 volumes, all 888 pages, Coleridge, the Round Table, and the Nine didn't appear once, but they should have. The seance world was closer to the commission than anyone knew. One of the 7 commissioners was former director of the CIA and longtime villain on this channel, Al Dulles. Dulles should not have been on that commission for 2 reasons. One, Kennedy fired him. After the Bay of Pigs, Kennedy said he wanted to, quote, shatter the CIA into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the winds. He believed Dulles wanted to drag the U.S. into a war with Cuba, which they tried over and over. So Dulles retired. And there's another reason Dulles had no business being on the commission. He had a secret. During the war, he ran a spy in Switzerland, Mary Bancroft. She was his agent, and she was his mistress. And for more than 40 years, Mary Bancroft's best friend was Ruth Forbes being young. They traveled together, they vacationed together.
Hold on. The commissioner's spy girlfriend's best friend is the seance lady whose son had the rifle in his garage.
Those are the facts.
I've seen tighter plots and vertical dramas.
You watch those.
Guilty pleasure, haters welcome.
While Dulles sat on the commission, Bancroft wrote him a letter reminding him how well she knew Michael Payne's mother. That letter wasn't in the report either. It was found 40 years later. The man Kennedy fired had the files of the family that housed his killer, the files of the family of his mistress's best friend. And 14 years later, someone started with the files. On September 5th, 1976, George Morris Schultz wrote a letter to the director of the CIA begging for help. He said vigilantes surrounded his family. Their phone was tapped. They were followed everywhere.
Either FBI is involved in this, or they do not want to accept my complaint. We are driven to insanity by the situation. I tried to write, stupidly and unsuccessfully, about Lee H. Oswald, and must have angered a lot of people. I do not know. But to punish an elderly man like myself and my highly nervous and sick wife is really too much. Could you do something to remove the net around us?
The director read the letter, and he recognized the name. His prep school roommate was DeMorge Schultz's nephew, and in DeMorge Schultz's own address book, there was an entry for an old friend, Bush, George H.W. Puppet. The director of the CIA was George Bush. Bush's staff asked how well he knew the writer. Bush said he knew the man since the 1940s. Then, in a memo, he added a strange sentence.
I do know this man, DeMorge Schultz. I don't recall his role in all this.
I don't recall. He's politician for, I recall vividly, but not until I have to announce him present.
And Bush wrote back to George DeMorge.
In your situation, I can well imagine how the intentions you described in your letter affect both you and your wife. However, my staff has been unable to find any indication of interest in your activities on the part of federal authorities in recent years. I can only speculate that you may have become newsworthy again in view of the renewed interest in the Kennedy assassination, and thus may be attracting the attention of people in the media.
2 months after that, George tried to take his own life 4 times. His wife got so scared that she had it admitted. Doctors put him through electroshock therapy and released him at the end of 1976. In March 1977, journalist Edward Epstein went to Palm Beach to interview him. They met at the Breakers Hotel for breakfast. That's when George finally admitted the CIA contact, J. Walton Moore, put him on Oswald.
I would never have contacted Oswald in a million years if Moore had not sanctioned it. Too much was at stake.
The friendship was real. The assignment was too. They took a break for lunch. Epstein went back to his room. They were scheduled to pick things back up at 3. That same morning, congressional investigator Gaetan Fonzi drove to George's house.
Yeah, his name is Fonzie?
Yep.
Cool name.
George wasn't home. Fonzie left his card with George's daughter.
Hey.
George came back at 2. He saw the card and went upstairs. Almost 40 minutes later, his daughter found him. He apparently shot himself with a shotgun. But 6 people were in that house, and not one of them heard a shotgun go off. But a maid had a tape recorder going. She was recording a soap opera. On the tape, you hear a single blast at 2:21, then the sound of a gun hitting the floor. And George wasn't the only witness connected to JFK who turned up dead, or didn't turn up at all. Chicago mob boss Shevchuk Khanna was shot in his kitchen before he could testify about the CIA's plots against Castro. Mobster Johnny Roselli went missing and turned up in an oil drum. And ex-cop Richard King was linked to the mob and the CIA. He was also killed in Chicago, in the sandwich shop. Hale Boggs was a congressman on the Warren Commission. He publicly criticized the Warren Report and called for a new investigation in the 1970s. He disappeared in a small plane over Alaska in 1972. The wreckage was never found. And a year and a half after Palm Beach, the Lab 9 estate burned down. Decades of Coolidge's files went up with it, along with the family dog. He didn't talk to the police, but later he wrote he believed it was the CIA. Then Coolidge went to hide him. He died in 1995 after a fall down a staircase. By the end of the 1970s, the JFK witnesses were all dead, and everyone in Coolidge's world lost their jobs, their reputations, and their funding. Some people lost their minds. Every person in the Council of 9, and every person who could name them, was gone. This is one of the stories where the two parts are strange enough without any help. So let's separate what happened from what didn't. The seances happened. The round table was real, and so was that donor list. Coolidge's assignment to find a drug that enhances ESP is true. The 9 are a different story. Everything from inside that copper room comes through one man. The aliens, the predictions, the equations. Nobody else saw any of it. And Coolidge didn't write about it until 1974. After JFK, after the Warren Report, after the Paines got famous. Either 9 aliens predicted history, or one man made up a story to claim a piece of it. Mueller's 10 for 10 really happened in front of witnesses, but he's been controversial for years. But the CIA wrote about him, and he demonstrated his paranormal perceptual ability in a convincing and unambiguous manner. But that wasn't good enough to keep Stargate running. The program was eventually shut down because it wasn't yielding valuable results. But that's also being paid. What happened in Dallas is different. There are records, there are witnesses, there's connections, a lot of connections. Too many connections to explain away as coincidence. Lee Harvey Oswald got a job at Dealey Plaza over a month before the president's route was announced. That's either a coincidence or he knew something. Now, I lean toward he knew something, but until we have all the JFK files, all we can do is speculate, which we love to do. Now, it's true that everything ran through Payne's house, but she was never charged. And she said for 60 years she was just helping a friend. She's still around today, and she sticks by that story, and please leave her alone. The spy camera turned up in the FBI's own files, and it became a light leader. The police receipt says camera, and FBI signed it. Property clerk admitted he changed the paperwork when the Bureau asked him to, and Hoover's teletypes about this still exist. Skeptics will say the camera appears on the Friday list, but the bag wasn't searched until Saturday. Maybe someone confused the camera case for a camera. But a camera case doesn't hold film, and Gus Rhodes opened it and found a roll inside. He said so under oath, and he never wavered. None of it makes anyone a spy, but it's one more thing that ran through that garage that got rewritten on paper. That phone call happened. One report didn't have much to say about it, and without an actual recording, Michael Payne is innocent until proven guilty. But it's another uncomfortable detail. George DeMorge still confessed, but he was dying, and he was paid for his story, so the confession is not solid. But he was a CIA informant. At the time, J. Walt Moore denied that, but the classified files show George really was reporting to the CIA. The CIA denied a lot of things about JFK, and they still do. I don't think George was killed, but the uncomfortable connections are there. Dulles is the real problem with all of this. His mistress's best friend was all over the story and was never investigated. That's not a confession, but it proves the Warren report was incomplete at best and corrupt at worst, and everything flows from that. Dulles should have never been on that commission, and I'll never stop saying it. Dead mobsters? Were they connected to JFK? Maybe. Was the mob connected to the CIA? Absolutely. But the one death that should bother you is the dead congressman. The guy from the commission, Hale Boggs. His plane vanished over Alaska, and that's a place where planes vanish. But it would be nice to have some closure on that. But no wreckage, no closure. Poorij's house really was set on fire while he was away. His kids were home, but they got out in time. The dog was really killed, and his notes were lost. But he published before the fire. So here's what we're left with. An ordinary explanation. Wealthy families are connected. They're connected with each other, with the government, and with the intelligence community. Wealthy people cluster.
Oh, sure, they cluster around St. Answers, the CIA, and the guy who shot the president. My poker buddies cluster around TV, warm light beer, and somebody's wife's meatballs.
You have a point. The correlation is not conspiracy.
Yeah, and it ain't exculpatory either, counselor. Clearing someone of guilt.
I know what it means. But that doesn't explain the pattern. The same people kept appearing around psychic research, military money, the Paynes, Oswald, and the CIA. I didn't even get into the Maury Island UFO connection to JFK, but I have a whole episode on that. More names like Fred Christman and Guy Bannister. More people connected to New Orleans. All connected to the CIA. All connected to the mob. And the death of a president. Coincidences are not a conspiracy. Until they are. The alien gods weren't real. The 9 people were. They had the money, the connections, and the power to change the world. And nobody could prove they didn't. There are people out there right now sitting around the table, deciding who lives and who dies, deciding which elected leaders are inconvenient, deciding what stories you're allowed to hear. It doesn't matter if you're a mobster, a strip club owner, or the president of the United States. If you become a problem, you go away. But nobody at a table like that thinks they're a villain. They think they're chosen. A god, a flag, a voice in the dark. Something always gives powerful people permission. And once they have it, the ordinary rules don't apply to them. The people at the table change, but there's never an empty seat. Thank you so much for hanging out today. My name is AJ. You know how to fish.
Where to, wise? If your new best friend speaks fluent Minx and keeps driving you to job interviews, ask your favorite kiss.
This has been the Wild Files. If you ever learned anything, he'd appreciate it if you could subscribe. I don't care, but he really wants you to like, subscribe, comment, and share. That stuff really makes his spins tickle. Like most topics we cover on the channel today, is recommended by you. If there's a story you want to see or learn more about, go to livefiles.com/tips. Send me an email. Catch us on Discord, in the comments, and you'll find, you know where we are. If you enjoy the stories I tell here on the Live Files, check out my other show on the channel. It's called The Basement. It's a conversation show where I chat with interesting people behind these episodes. Some of them you know, but a lot of them you don't. But they're all people I find fascinating. Experts on topics like the millennium hoax, war was real, the JFK conspiracy, DMT laser code was a good one. Precognition with Eric Wargo was one of my favorites. Mark Antoni was here last week. Mr. Baldwin was in. It's random, but it's a lot of fun. And if there's someone you'd like to see on the show, let me know. I'm always looking for good guests. Remember, you can also listen to the Wild Files as a podcast. Take us on the road. I upload at least twice a week episodes, campfire stories, interviews. You can find it by looking for the Wild Files Operation Podcast. I'm short of time, but you need a name that seemed to make sense. Anyway, it's there. It's available everywhere you get your podcasts. If you need more Wild Files in your life, see a doctor. Find a date. Go outside. Touch grass. I'm just kidding. If you need more Wild Files in your life, who doesn't? Make sure you check out our 24/7 stream on the Wild Files Backstage. Link down below. Over there, we're doing episodes back to back. Some fun content in between. And the live chat is more entertaining than anything I can use. Special thanks to our patrons who make this channel possible. Every episode of the Wild
price on
Files.
it? What's your price on that one?
If you'd like to support the channel, just know to join this amazing community. For as little as $3 a month, you get access to perks like secret newsroom, commercials, exclusive merch, and to private live streams just for you. The whole Wild Files team is on the stream, just $1
on that one? I'll take it. Using their farm system for the jam stream. He's a damn good player. Do you get a lot of people asking about John Porter? Not really. I'll take it, man. Good deal. Yeah, have a good one.
Get the bottom part. Get the bottom part. Oh no! Get the bottom part. Get the bottom part, John. Get the bottom part.
If you spend $40, become a member and you can pay for itself. And all of those things that are secret with us give any money. Like all that revenue to our team.
Keep that secret down in the side bench.
I'm not going to know until I look at this again. How long was both back there? You guys see a black and white pic up there? You stay in. Welcome to the channel. Until next time, be safe. Be kind.
She starts working on another pizza.
RC guy? I thought I knew other guys were still drinking this stuff. Do you? You're the one taking my supply. Get out of here, dude. I'm about to meet a guy with people drinking. Oh, man, this is no filter. You need a fellow cola drinker. Now, here's the thing. No question. There's RC available. What's your... To the town of Unreal, straight to one day. Already spoke the folks around.
What's up, babies? I'm 40 years old. There's a product out there that I've seen in a lot of places, but I've never had it. I've never known anyone to have it. I've never seen anyone have it, and that is RC Cola. Who is drinking RC Cola? Does it taste like soda? I mean, I guess I would assume. I don't know what it tastes like, though. I have no idea. Who's drinking RC Cola? Royal Crown Cola. What is that? Do you know anyone who drinks RC Cola? Have you ever met anybody? I don't think anybody's ever drank it. I think this is just some kind of ploy. What else is like that I've never seen anybody utilize? Everybody talks about mattress stores. I've seen people go into mattress stores. I've been to mattress stores, but I have never seen anybody drink Royal Crown Cola. I've seen the machines, never seen anybody drink it. I don't know why. I mean, that's it. That's the end of the video. I don't really have anything more to say. Have you ever seen an advertisement for Royal Crown Cola? No. No commercials. It's like, I really mean this. I've never seen it at a party. I've seen it at the store, but I've never seen it in anybody's cart. That's all. You're fine. Go fuck yourself. There's a product there that I've seen a lot of places. I've never had it. I've never known anyone to have it. I've never seen anyone have it. And that is RC Cola. Who is drinking RC Cola? Does it taste like soda? I mean, I guess I would assume. I don't know what it tastes like, though. I have no idea. Who's drinking RC Cola?
What's your alternative, right? This is going to tell me everything. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Shasta. Easy. Come on now. I knew how to feel about standing on it, dude. Let me ask you this. You're at a restaurant. They own... Only got Coke and Pepsi. What are you doing? 3, 2, 1. Leaving. Roll the product. There that I've seen in a lot of places. I've never had it. I've never known anyone to have it. I've never seen anyone have it. And that is RC Cola.
Is this the Smash guy? Sup, sluts. All right. Another thing which I was thinking that I've never seen anyone drink, though I've seen in stores, is Tab. Now I know this was big in like the 1970s as a diet soda. Never seen anybody drink it. I always thought it was interesting because it was pink, and all the other colas are not pink. But Tab? Why did they name it Tab? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. Let's look it up. Yo, dog, why is it called Tab soda? I don't know. I don't know anybody who drinks it. Never seen it at a party. It was chosen in 1963 using an IBM 1401 computer that generated over 185 potential four-letter names with one vowel. The final selection, originally Tab, before being shortened, was intended to evoke the phrase, keep tabs on your weight. Perhaps I've heard that. Dude, don't let IBM 1401s make the determination. Go with a focus group. It's just stupid. Anyway, I don't know what it tastes like. Yeah, I don't think anybody does. Do you know anybody who drinks Tab? Like, seriously? Oh, yeah, that person loves Tab. If you do, you are a rare person. Nobody drinks Tab. Really? Nobody. It's like just. Do you know anybody who just drinks Miller beer? Not Miller Lite, not Miller Genuine Draft, not light beer from Miller. If you call it anything else, there's the door. Just Miller. And if they are, I guarantee that they are over age 50. They've been a member of a bowling team and probably have smoked a cigarette or two in their day. Really? When's the last time you were ever anywhere and someone was like, I'll take a Miller? Like, oh, Miller Light? Light beer from Miller? Miller Genuine Draft? Miller High Life? No, just Miller. And it's strange that, like, the Miller Brewing Company doesn't promote that. That would be like Coca-Cola not promoting Coca-Cola. They'd be like, hey, can I have a Coca-Cola? Oh, you mean a cherry Coke? No, I mean a Coca-Cola. Oh, okay, a Diet Coke. No, I mean a Coca-Cola. Oh, okay. You mean Coke Zero. No, I said Coca-Cola. Oh, okay. You want Coke 2? No, nobody. That's another thing. One time I saw Coke 2 back in the day. That was a thing. Coke 2. I think I've seen more people with Coke 2 than I have Tab and RC Cola combined. I might have seen somebody back in the day, might have been a Thursday, who knows, who had a Coke 2. But never, ever a Tab. And certainly not an RC Cola. And if you're like, oh, well, I really like RC Cola, I'm going to be like, do you tell your friends that? Do they stock it for you? Who drinks Miller beer? How do you even order it? Is it like a regular Miller beer? Like if you want a Budweiser, you'd say, I'd want a Budweiser. Sometimes it's referred to as Bud Heavy. I've heard. There's Bud Light. Even when I type in Miller beer regular, the first thing that shows up is Miller Lite. And then the Miller Lite, that's on Amazon. And then Miller Lite, home of the original light beer. And again, if I go to the Wikipedia page and I type in, or if I look for Miller Lite and it doesn't say light beer from Miller, this is garbage. No, it should have in parentheses, also known as light beer from Miller, because it used to be known as that. Okay. Yo, dog. Okay, Miller Brewing Company. I know what their logo looks like, but who orders that? Does anybody drink regular Miller beer? We're going to find out. The first question. Oh, that's why. No, regular Miller beer is not currently produced or widely available because it was discontinued in 1998 when the Miller Brewing Company consolidated its portfolio to focus on core brands like Miller High Life, the champagne of beers, and Miller Lite. Okay, well then that explains it. But it's still strange. That would be like, can I have a Coca-Cola? They're like, oh no, we discontinued that in 1998. Would you like a Cherry Coke? No, I wanted a Coca-Cola because that's like the name of this company. It's called like the Coca-Cola Company. Yeah, we know. You want a Diet Coke? No. Oh, you wanted a Coke too? Huh? No. Oh, you want Coke Zero? AKA Coke Zero Sugar? No. I don't want that. I want a Coca-Cola. Yeah, we discontinued that in 1998. I don't drink, really. I'm trying to think the last time I had anything. Well, it was like wine and Shabbat. Yeah, probably kiddish or something, but I enjoy grape juice. Really? Yeah. Kettle's my favorite. Really? Really? But if I did ever go to a bar, I would go, hey, can I have a Miller? Oh, yeah, sure. You want 12 ounce or 16 ounce? Miller Lite. I'm like, no, I want a Miller. They'd be like, huh? I'd be like, Miller, it's a beer. They'd be like, huh? I'd be like, is it still available? They'd be like, oh, you want a Miller Genuine Draft, an MGD? No, I want a Miller. You want a Miller High Life, the champagne of beers? No, I was asking for a Miller. Get a load of this. Tell him, what do you want? I want a Miller? Right, you want a Miller Genuine Draft? No. Oh, you want a Miller Lite? No. I wanted a Miller. Oh, Miller High Life, the champagne of beers. No. Miller. Right. Miller Lite. No. Like the name of the company. Go fuck yourself. Alright. Another thing about which I was thinking that I've never seen actually drink. Well, I've seen in stores. I know this was big in like the 1970s or never seen anybody drink it. I always thought it was interesting because it was pink and all the other colas are not pink. Let's see that. I just didn't even have. Yo, dog, why is it called Tab Soda? I don't know anybody who drinks it. Never seen that at a party. It was chosen in 1963 using an IBM 1401 computer that generated 185 potential four-letter names with one vowel. Final question, originally Tab, before being shortened, was intended to evoke the phrase "Take Tab on your way." That I've heard that. Dude, don't let IBM 1401s make the determination. Go with a history. I don't know what it tastes like. I don't like it. Do you know anybody who drinks Tab? Like, seriously. Oh, yeah, that person loves Tab. If you do, you are a rare person. Nobody drinks Tab. Really? Nobody. It's like, just, do you know anybody who just drinks Miller beer? Not Miller Light, not Miller Genuine Draft, not light beer from Miller. If you call it anything else, there's the door. Just Miller. And if they are, I guarantee that they are over age 50. They've been a member of a bowling team and probably have smoked a cigarette or two in their day. Really? When's the last time you were ever anywhere and someone was like, "Oh, take a Miller"? Oh, Miller Light? Light beer from Miller? Miller Genuine Draft? Miller High Life? No, just Miller. And it's strange that, like, the Miller Brewing Company doesn't promote that. That would be like Coca-Cola not promoting Coca-Cola. They'd be like, "Hey, can I have a Coca-Cola?" "Oh, you mean a cherry Coke?" "No, I mean a Coca-Cola." "Oh, okay, Diet Coke." "No, I mean a Coca-Cola." "Oh, okay. You mean Coke Zero?" "No, I said Coca-Cola." "Oh, okay." "You want Coke 2? "No, nobody. That's another thing. One time I saw Coke 2 back in the day. That was the thing, Coke 2. I think I've seen more people with Coke 2 than I have Tab and RC Cola combined. I might have seen somebody back in the day, might have been a Thursday, who knows, who had a Coke 2. But never. And certainly not an RC Cola. You'd be like, "Oh, I really like RC Cola." I'm going to be like, "You tell your friends that?" Do they stock it for you? Who drinks Miller beer? How do you even order it? Was it like a regular Miller beer? Like, if you want a Budweiser, you'd say, "I want a Budweiser." Sometimes it's referred to as Bud Heavy, I've heard. There's Light. Even when I type in Miller beer regular, the first thing that shows up is Miller Light. And
than the Miller, like that's on Amazon, and then Miller Lite, some of the original light beers. But again, if I go to the Wikipedia page and I type in, or if I look for Miller Lite and does it say light beer Miller, garbage. No, it should have in parentheses also Miller Lite beer. They used to be okay. With Miller Brewing Company. I know what their logo looks like, but no orders. Does anybody drink regular Miller beer? The first question. Oh, that's why. No, regular Miller beer is not currently produced or widely available because it was discontinued in 1998 when the Miller Brewing Company consolidated its portfolio to focus on core brands like Miller High Life, the champagne of beers, and Miller Lite. Okay, well then that explains it. But it's still strange. That would be like, guys with Coca-Cola, they're like, oh no, we discontinued that in 1998. Would you like a cherry Coke? No, I wanted a Coca-Cola because that's like the name of the company. It's called like the Coca-Cola Company. Yeah, you know, we put a Diet Coke. No. Oh, you wanted a Coke too? Huh? No. Oh, you want Coke Zero? AKA Coke Zero Sugar? No. I don't want that. I want a Coca-Cola. Yeah, we discontinued that in 1998. I'm gonna. I mean, I don't know. Really. I'm trying to think the last time I had anything. What? I enjoy grape juice. Really good. Adam's favorite. Bill. But if I did, I would. Hey, can I have a Miller? Oh yeah, sure. Well, now 16 hours. Miller Lite. No, I want a Miller. I think Miller is the beer. They like, is it still available? They'd be like, oh, you want a Miller Genuine Draft at MGD? No, I want Miller. You want a Miller High Life, champagne of beer? No, I was asking for a Miller. You know what? Tom, what do you want? I want a Miller? Right. You want a Miller Genuine Draft? No. Oh, you want a Miller Lite? No. I wanted a Miller. Oh. Miller High Life. Champagne of beer. No. Miller. Right. Miller Lite. No. Like the name of the company.
RC guy? I thought I knew all the guys who still drank the stuff, dude. I was the only one. You're the one taking my supply. Get out of here, dude. It's nice to meet a guy with taste. What's your name? Oh, man. What's your name? My name's Bill, brother. Nice to meet a fellow cola drinker. You know what I'm saying? Here's the thing. Real question. There's no RC available. What you're all trying to do. All right, this is going to tell me everything. Ready? Okay. 3, 2, 1. Shasta. Easy. Come on now. I knew I had a feeling about standing on it, dude. Let me ask you this. You're at a restaurant. They only got Coke and Pepsi. What are you doing? 3, 2, 2, 1. Lead in. RC, it's not for me. It's on Rich and Nicole, buddy. Check this out. Me and a couple RC drinkers call ourselves the Royal Clowns. We go around at night with our rocks at the distribution center for Coke and Pepsi. You want to come tonight? Tonight? Yeah, do it. I was going to go there anyway and just pee on the bills. Let's freaking go. You know more, bro. We're going to join the Royal Clowns. It's going to be an RC party. Oh my God, let me tell you that here. I want to work up a nice little Molotov cocktail in my system for that freaking RC guy. There's a product out there that I've seen in a lot of places that never have it. I've never known anyone to have it. I've never seen anyone have it. And that is RC Cola. Who is drinking RC Cola? Does it taste like soda? I mean, I guess I would assume. I don't know what it tastes like though. I have no idea. Who's drinking RC Cola? Royal Clowns. What is that? Do you know anyone who drinks RC Cola? Have you ever met anybody? I don't think I've met anybody. I think this is what else is like that? And I've never seen anybody. Everybody talks about mattress stores. I've seen people going to mattress stores. I've been to mattress stores, but I've never seen anybody drink Royal Crown. I've seen the machine. Never seen anybody drink it. I don't know why. I mean, that's a big deal. I don't have a big no commercial. I know. Like, I really mean this. I've never seen it at a party. I've seen it at the store, but I've never seen it at anybody's party. Did you relate at all to teenagers in the 50s?
It was hard to relate to what a woman would be like in the 50s. To get the kind of innocence, that we don't quite have the same.
1955.
I just wanted to say I'm so happy to finally announce that we are making these. We paid $46,000 in tooling today. It's been 6 long months of really no updates for you, but here I am finally able to say that these are coming out. We have the funds. We already put down the tooling, and we have another $260,000 ready to go into inventory. We'll have 5,000 units for everybody. And I got a ladybug on me. But put down some questions. I'll get you guys some answers. I'm going to be looking about this at about 10 p.m. Thanks everybody for staying curious, and glad we're going to be able to push the boundaries of the water bottle market with this.
There's a product out there that I've seen in a lot of places. I've never had it. I've never known anyone to have it. I've never seen anyone have it. That is RC Cola. Who is drinking RC Cola? Does it taste like soda? I mean, I guess I would assume. I don't know what it tastes like. I have no idea. Who's drinking RC Cola? Royal Crown. What is that? Do you know anyone who drinks RC Cola? Have you ever met anybody? I would say it's a good Right. Another thing that which I was thinking that I've never seen anything. I've seen this tab. Now I know this was big in like the 1970s and 80s. Diet soda. Never seen anybody drink it. I always thought it was interesting because it was big, and all the other colas are not big. What? Tab? Why did they name it Tab? I don't think anyone knows. Let's look it up. Yo, dog, why is it called Tab soda? I don't know anybody who drinks it. Never seen it at a party. It was chosen in 1963 using an IBM 1401 computer that generated 185 potential four-letter names with one vowel. Final selection, originally Tab, proposing shortened, was intended to evoke the phrase "keep tabs on your way." Perhaps I've heard that. Dude, don't let IBM 1401s make the determination. Go with a focus group. It's just stupid. I don't know what it tastes like. I don't think it's. Do you know anybody who drinks Tab? Like, seriously? Oh, yeah, that person loves Tab. If you do, you are a rare person. Nobody drinks Tab. Really? Nobody. It's like, just, do you know anybody who just drinks Miller beer? Not Miller Lite, not Miller Genuine Draft, not light beer from Miller. Call it anything else. There's the door. Just Miller. And if they are, I guarantee that they are over age 50s. They've been a member of a bowling team and probably have smoked a cigarette or two in their day. Really? When's the last time you were ever anywhere and someone was like, yeah, I'll take a Miller? Like, oh, Miller Light beer from Miller? Miller Genuine Draft? Miller High Life? No, Miller. And it's strange that, like, the Miller Brewing Company doesn't promote that. That would be like Coca-Cola not promoting Coca-Cola. They'd be like, hey, can I have a Coca-Cola? Oh, you mean a cherry Coke? No, I mean a Coca-Cola. Oh, okay, Diet Coke. No, I mean a Coca-Cola. Oh, okay. You mean Coke Zero? No, I said Coca-Cola. Oh, okay. You like Coke too? No, nobody. That's another thing. One time I saw Coke too back in the day. That was a thing. Coke too. I think I've seen more people with Coke too than I have Tab and RC Cola combined. I might have seen somebody back in the day, might have been a Thursday, who knows, who had a Coke too. But never a Tab. And certainly not an RC Cola. You feel like, oh, I really like RC Cola. I'm going to be like, do you tell your friends that? Do they stock it for you? So what drinks Miller beer? How do you even order it? Is it like a regular Miller beer? Like if you want a Budweiser, you'd say I'd want a Budweiser. Sometimes it's referred to as Bud Heavy. I've heard. There's Light. Even when I type in Miller beer regular, the first thing that shows up is Miller Lite. And then the Miller, like that's on Amazon. And then Miller Lite, some of the original light beer. If I go to the Wikipedia page and I type in, or if I look for Miller Lite, it says it's a light beer from Miller. Garbage. It should have in parentheses also one of the light beer from Miller. Because it used to be known as that. Okay. The Miller's Brewing Company. I know what their logo looks like, but who orders it? Does anybody drink regular Miller beer? The first question. Oh, that's why. No, regular Miller beer is not currently produced or widely available because it was discontinued in 1998 when the Miller Brewing Company consolidated its portfolio to focus on core brands like Miller High Life, the champagne importers, and Miller Lite. Okay, well then that explains it. But it's still strange. That would be like, can I have a Coca-Cola? They're like, oh no, we discontinued that in 1998. Would you like a cherry Coke? No, I wanted a Coca-Cola because that's like the name of the company. It's called like the Coca-Cola Company. Yeah, we know. You want a Diet Coke? No. Oh, you wanted a Coke too? Huh? No. Oh, you want Coke Zero? AKA Coke Zero Sugar? No. I don't want that. I want a Coca-Cola. Yeah, we discontinued that in 1998. I'm gonna, I don't drink. Really? I'm trying to think the last time I had anything. Probably kiddish or something, but I drink grape juice. Really? Yes. Yeah, that's my favorite. Really? But if I did have a little, I would go, hey, can I have another? Oh, yeah, sure. Well, now for $16. What I like? No, I want a Miller. Huh? I think Miller is the beer. Is it still available? They'd be like, oh, you want a Miller Genuine Draft with MGD? No, I want a Miller. You want a Miller High Life, the champagne is good. No, I was asking for a Miller. Tell him, what do you want? I want a Miller? Right, you want a Miller Genuine Draft? No. Oh, you want a Miller Lite? No. I wanted